Hey, if you guys, digital team, if you can let me know if the audio is coming through now. I think I got it. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we're good to go. Hey, everyone. Meteorologist Joe Farrell here. Thank you guys for tuning in to the stream. Here's the storm that we're watching very closely here. Now, this is not quite into, what is the local 5 coverage area, but it's moving that direction. And it's all about the hail with this storm. In fact, some of this we have a kind of a separate radar software that we use, and at one point, just a couple of radar scans ago, its algorithm was picking up on upwards of 4-inch hail with this storm. Yeah, 4-inch hail. That is massive hail, and that is dangerous hail for sure. So we're tracking this one because this is going to start moving into Carroll County and maybe clipping the northern edge of Audubon County here within the next kind of 15 minutes or so, because this storm is moving pretty quickly. I'll get a track on it here in just a moment, but wanted to zoom out and show you that this is the only thing major that we're tracking right now and that we are watching very closely is this particular storm. And as it continues to produce this large of hail, I want to continue to be on stream and be able to track this for you because of 3 to 4 inch hail. That is massive, massive hail. In fact, I need to really brush up on my hail sizes, but I can always bring these up. So, if we're talking, I mean, goodness, this might be a little outdated, but hey, teacup hail, 3 inches in diameter. Softballs, 4 inches in diameter. That's the type of hail that we're talking. So teacups and softballs as potentially what this storm has produced. Now, what we do have as far as concrete reports for you is this storm producing pretty consistently ping pong ball and golf ball sized hail, which is still big enough on its own. That's 1.5 inches, 1.75 inches diameter hail. So let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer here. I mean, this is quite the hail core going on with this particular cell. And just south of Highway 30, in between Highway 141 here and Highway 30, it's kind of where the largest hail is going to be at this moment in time. You can kind of see right within that circle there. That's where we'd be watching for that largest hail, because that's a very strong hail core showing up with this storm. And as you just saw, they just put out another severe thunderstorm warning to kind of continue this one downstream. So this does include now pretty much the entirety of Carroll County, as well as portions of Calhoun, Crawford, and Greene counties, all included in this latest warning here. So continuing to see this storm, it's by itself. There's nothing else around. And it is using up all the energy that is currently in the atmosphere in any part of central Iowa. And mainly with this storm, not just 60 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible with this, but the main concern is hail. And the reason for that is this storm has developed north of a boundary that sits across and is draped across far southern Iowa right now. Now, we've seen that rise a little bit to the north, but because it is north of that boundary, that means that where this storm is concentrated is above that surface boundary, so it's a little more elevated, which is why the hail risk is so strong with this one, and any threat for any sort of tornado activity, and it would take also quite a bit to bring 60 mile per hour wind gusts all the way down to the surface from where this storm is strongest, as far as where it's positioned in height in the atmosphere. So actually, I do want to just make sure I'm not missing any sort of, so, probably Probably a little bit of rotation going on within the kind of middle portion of this storm, not so much near the surface. So not so much concerned with the tornado threat and wind of 60 miles per hour and the gusts up to 60 miles per hour would be a secondary threat with this one for sure. But the main and primary threat is going to be that hail. So this has got a very interesting look to it. So let's put a little track on this here. In fact, before I do that, I'm going to take this one off, make sure I've got my storm speeds correct here. All right, this is moving to the east and northeast at 50. Perfect. All right, now let's get an accurate track on this one as it continues off. So here are some of the locations that are next in line for this one. And again, this is going to be the hail core is kind of what I've done my best to track here going forward. So 12:14, so 15 minutes from now, essentially, Halbert going to be seeing possibly that hail and the largest hail starting to move in to your location. If you're in Carroll, you got until 12:21, but do prepare if you are in any of these locations, Glidden, Ralston, make sure that you are at least ready if you are at work tuning in. Make sure that you're ready to kind of get away from any of those outdoor windows and doors because this hail certainly can cause that damage and cause damage. And with winds being very strong with this, that hail is large enough to potentially, break a window. The potential for that kind of action is there if it continues to produce upwards of ping pong ball and golf ball sized hail. So do be prepared if you are anywhere in these locations within this track. Halbert specifically right now, I'd say you've got, 5 minutes and, if we're cutting it real close, 10 minutes to just starting to get away from those windows, interior room at work, or if you are at home tuning in here, getting into that interior room away from those outdoor windows, especially, and the glass windows. Best way to stay safe with this kind of hail coming your direction. So that's what we've got kind of next in line here. And as long as this storm continues to produce hail like this, I'm going to continue to be with you live on stream here. Because I don't want to leave the stream with this kind of action going on. Something else I kind of want to take a look at here too is what do we got? So this is kind of along Highway 30. I want to open up a browser and kind of take a look at maybe a couple traffic cams. I'll see if I can see anything. I'll keep myself up on radar here before switching over to potentially one of these traffic cams. So let's see if we can get a view of this storm. If there are any of these along Highway 30, looks like there is. So not seeing any hail coming down. This camera was right near Denison. And it might be a situation too. Yeah, the images with these are a little bit old, with the one near Denison being the most recent, not seeing anything crazy on that traffic cam. So something that, kind of keep an eye on. If we can get, like a live view of this storm, it certainly would want to be able to show that to you all. So if you're just tuning in here, we're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is moving into Carroll County and is moving towards the city of Carroll. Main threat with this storm, if you're just tuning in here, is going to be the hail. just with kind of the latest data coming in, let's take a look. Take a look at the hail specifically. Oh boy, yeah, that's a signature if I've ever seen one. Wow, look at that. So 2 3/4 inch hail. That is very, 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 very large hail. So 2 3/4 inch hail. It's right in this little core right here. This might be a minute or two delayed, but as this begins to move into Carroll County, we are going to be doing a little bit of an update on air if we continue to have this storm producing this. Give me just 1 second here. I want to make sure I let the team know. So if you're just tuning in here, meteorologist Joe Farrell with you, tracking a severe thunderstorm producing very, very large hail that is starting to move into Carroll County. So we're going to continue to track this for you. All right, let's get the hail off here, and we'll go back to radar. Yeah, this storm is not slowing down at all. Just give me one moment here. I'll be back on camera. So Carroll and Greene counties, you're going to be next in line with this as we continue to see this storm moving to the east and the northeast at, believe the latest movement was 50 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and let's double check that. Yeah, still moving to the east and northeast at 50 miles per hour. So the storm is moving very fast. The storm is moving quickly. And, with the kind of hail that it's continuing to show that it's producing, this is a very, very strong storm. No doubt about that. Let's check. I want to check the National Weather Service chat. See if any other reports have come in. And it does not. No recent reports coming in with this storm. However, this is very, very large hail. So starting to see this move right into Carroll County, and we'll continue tracking this to the east. So if you're anywhere in central and southern Carroll County, this hail is coming your direction. it is coming your way. Let's put a track on this. And since this is looking like a pretty large hail core with this storm, I'm gonna put one of these guys on. So here are some locations that are gonna be next in line here. If you're in Manning, I would say, if you're in Manning tuning in right now, head tune into your room of either your work or your home, wherever you may be located. Just anything away from glass windows, things like that. Because, hail up to this size is, going to be able to do damage. And, Roselle, within the next, what we got, 10 minutes here. Within the next 5 minutes, if you're in Roselle, I'd say start getting ready. Head to that interior room due to this hail. Hail's the primary threat with this one here. I want you all to, just know that. Keep that in mind. Hail's the primary threat with this one. We'll continue to monitor rotation and things like that, but given where this is and given the environment it's in, I'm much more concerned with continued hail threat as it continues moving east. So this storm is moving at a pretty good pace. And you can see right where this core is. And also, if anyone is in the PCR, please do let me know. All right. I am back here. So just want to let you all know, tuning into the stream, that we're going to be just periodically with each new warning and new, progressed warning that is issued for this storm. We're going to do just short little live cut-ins programming so people, have got their TVs on, can also be able to hear kind of what's going on with the storm, and then we'll bring it back to the stream. So that's kind of what we've got going on here. So the severe thunderstorm warning that is, as far as central Iowa, is including Carroll, Greene, and this is already getting past or getting into the northern edge of Audubon County as well. Guthrie County, kind of those counties that are included in this latest severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to remain in place until 1 o'clock. No new hail reports that have come in to this point. All right, latest scan came in. If you're in Carroll, the hail's starting to get closer to you. Starting to get closer to you right now. Just want to do a quick check, make sure not seeing any other development. Yeah, it's just this one monster of a storm. I mean, this thing started all the way back into Nebraska, and it's just kept chugging along all by itself. And you can kind of see with that track that it's taking, kind of just putting a pointer on who's going to be kind of right in line as we move forward here if this continues to show the strength that it's currently got. So, severe thunderstorm warning in place until 1 o'clock. This is for hail, and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour are also possible with this cell. The greatest concern is definitely the hail. This has consistently been producing for at least the last 40 to 50 miles here, consistently producing hail reports of ping pong ball and golf ball sized hail. Very, very large hail coming down with this particular storm. So continuing to track this for you on stream. Thank you all for tuning in to the stream this afternoon. Just another round of weather for central Iowa. Another round for central Iowa. Let me get something on here. I want to get the weather impact alert banner on this. All right. So if you are just tuning in here, if you're in Carroll, or on the south side of town, now is a good time to just head away. If you're near a glass window of any kind, start to move to an interior part of either work, home, wherever you may be watching right now, just to get away from glass, because this storm continues to produce very, very large hail. And Jamie, could you talk in my ear just to make sure I can hear you? Perfect. Jamie, let's do a quick little cut in here. Won't be long, but I do want to update folks on air too. No problem. Alrighty, everyone, we are getting ready to just do a quick update for folks on air. But again, if you're just getting into the stream here, Carroll, or if you're a little bit south of town, perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate it. So again, everyone, tracking very large hail with this particular storm. Um, this is perfect. We'll be back to stream shortly. Hey everyone, meteorologist Joe Farrell here in the let you know where this largest hail is showing up on radar. If you're in Carroll, a little bit on the south side of town, start to move into an interior room. And if you're in Roselle as well, Templeton, same story. Moving into an interior room of either your workplace or your home, wherever you may be tuning in here, because this storm could be and has a history, and a pretty storied history, of producing ping pong and golf ball sized hail. That's what this storm continues to produce. So we're going to keep our eyes very, very close on this. Let's get a quick track here for you as we continue to give you this update on air. This storm is moving to the northeast. I'm going to track the largest hail specifically. It's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So heading over the next several minutes here. Again, pretty much as we speak, Roselle, starting to see the hail coming down right now. And Glidden within next 15-20 minutes here. One of those situations where 5 to 10 minutes before this storm begins to start moving into your town or your city, and if you live on farmland in between some of these towns here, just make sure you're getting away from glass windows. We continue to monitor very, very large hail with this. Again, history of golf ball and ping pong ball sized hail. Not seeing any downward trend in the strength of the core of this current storm. And it is the only one that we are tracking in central Iowa as we speak. And we are going to continue to watch this moving through Carroll County. If you are in Greene County as well, this largest hail with the core of this storm is going to be moving into Greene County. We've got a little bit of time before it does so, but this is something that we are going to continue to keep an eye on. And just as a reminder, the storm has the potential to produce upwards of 2-inch hail now. They did update that, the warning for this, so 2-inch diameter hail is what this storm it has the ability to produce as it continues moving east-northeast, and that's hen egg sized hail. So we're talking eggs, hen egg, large eggs coming down for hail size with this storm, and there may even be an isolated hailstone that is up to 3 inches in diameter. So very, very large hail. If you are just south of Carroll or within Carroll, head to an interior room right now. Glidden, same story. Start to head into an interior room. Just if you're near glass, anything away from that glass. 60 mile per hour wind gusts are possible with this storm too, but very large hail does continue. This particular warning will continue through 1 o'clock. That's the update that we have for you here on air. We are continuing and will continue streaming this severe thunderstorm on We Are Iowa Plus. Tune into that, but wanted to give you a quick update. If you're, again, before we let you go back to regular programming here, Carroll County, and eventually here within the next half hour, anywhere in Greene County as well. You'll want to keep a close check of this storm. We'll continue streaming on We Are Iowa Plus. For the time being, we will send you back to regular programming. Thanks for tuning in. Yes. All right. All clear, Jamie? All good? No, all good. Are we clear? Okay, perfect. All right, everyone. Back on stream here on We Are Iowa Plus. Thank you all so much for tuning in today, tuning in right now. Want to stick with you as this storm continues tracking east. I'm going to take a quick zoom out just to be sure that there isn't any other, crazy development that we need to also have our eyes on. Looks like it continues to be just this one particular cell. So if you are just tuning in here, and if you're in Carroll, wait for the hail to be done. We want, your safety is number one priority here. But if you're anywhere from Carroll down to Roselle, as soon as that hail passes, if there are any reports that you could pass along to us, that would be wonderful. That would be great if at all possible. But again, we want you to be safe doing so. This storm continues. There's another radar software that we use. We'll take a look at what this is showing for hail here, just on our end. Man, that is an intense hail core. Wow, look at that. Let's get an idea how big. Yeah, the radar's picking up on 3-inch hail. This is everyone watching. If you're in Carroll County, this is big time. This is dangerous hail here. Again, we are just, if 3-inch hail, in fact, is coming down like radar's picking up, that's just a little bit bigger than baseball size. Baseballs for hail. That is very large hail. Certainly concerning hail in terms of causing damage and being able to break glass too. Now this particular image is just a few minutes delayed from actual radar. So this, where the hail core is, this gives us a good idea. So again, south side of town of Carroll, probably already have seen the hail move through. And Roselle, you've definitely seen the hail move through at this point. But this is where this hail core is right now. So again, it's already crossed over, US Highway 71, already crossed over. Let's zoom out a little bit. This storm does continue to move to the northeast, and the hail core along with it. So it looks like they did get a report of that 2-inch hail, that egg-sized hail. Yeah, that's huge. That's big. That's big hail, especially if this is bringing down potentially up towards baseball-sized hail now. That is very intense. Let's get a track on this. Let you know who's coming up next. I'm going to track the hail core specifically. South of the hail core, so south of this stretch here, that's where we may be seeing some of the stronger winds. So only one town showing up here. I'm gonna take this off and actually increase the area. I just want to be able to cover a larger area to be able to give an idea here. So kind of think of this drawn polygon in this drawn area that I've got here. Think of the northern side of this. Think of the northern side of this right through here as the potential track of the strongest hail, with south of these points potentially seeing very, very gusty winds with this storm. So continuing to show signs of potentially upwards of 3-inch hail through here. So Glidden, Ralston, Farland, next locations in line in the next 30 minutes here of seeing the largest hail with this storm. Very, very intense, severe storm right now, moving through, cutting right through the center of Carroll County. Now, if there's any little bit of silver lining or any little bit of good news that I can share with this, it's that the overall hail core is just ever so slightly smaller, and is not covering as large of an area. That's about the only little silver lining as far as the last several radar scans and data scans coming in. We'll probably get another data update here shortly. Continuing to track this one particular cell. A lot of scattered activity out ahead of this, non-severe. Any of this kind of showing up on radar. Non-severe storms with that. It is just the one into moving through Carroll County. Probably getting a little bit loud in southern Calhoun County and moving into southern Webster County. Probably going to be pretty loud as this storm moves in. But again, the largest of that hail is right in the center portion of Carroll County right now. And gosh, I hope there aren't a lot of people on Highway 30 between Glidden and Carroll right now. I hope there are not a lot of people on the road. That'd be terrifying to watch. That'd be absolutely terrifying to watch move through, and be especially in your vehicle and on the roads. So I'm going to continue to track this storm as it moves to the east and the northeast. Yeah, our radar software is still its algorithms picking up on upwards of 3-inch hail. That's a little bit, just slightly bigger than baseball size. A little bit bigger than baseball sized. This is a very intense storm. Very, very intense. So the largest hail right through here, within this white circle that I've drawn. Anything that's within this pink area down in here, that is going to be not only strong gusty winds, which also can be produced within that hail core, but also still the ability to produce some hail down in that region too. So north of Dedham, if you're north of Dedham, probably seeing some of that hail coming down. Yeah, very, very intense storm here. The severe thunderstorm warning, this continues, and just given that this storm has stayed as strong as it has, would not be shocked to see another severe thunderstorm warning down the line here, eventually beginning to include, Boone County and eventually maybe Story County too, southern Hamilton County. Wouldn't be shocked to see that kind of downstream and down the line here. This storm is by itself and has showed no sign of slowing down. Let's get a look at that latest with the hail core here. So I want to take it back a couple of scans to get a generalized movement of this. So largest hail is beginning to shift into this storm is growing at least a little bit to the north. Now, the hail core itself is not growing at a crazy rate, but it stayed very, very compact and very strong. So just given the way that this storm has been moving, let's track this hail core. In fact, before I do this, I want to make sure I've got this on the correct speed setting too. So let me make sure it's moving at a pretty fast rate here, moving at 50 miles per hour. So this is a general idea of type of movement. So Glidden, picking up on the largest of this hail, kind of, if not as we speak, very imminently picking up on the largest hail. Moving towards Ralston. Scranton may pass just to your north. Churton as well, maybe passing just to your south, or maybe eventually, if it continues, tracking the hail core a little bit farther north and edging north and northeast. Churton next in line here eventually. Again, the storm's moving pretty quick, so even if you're well out ahead of this thing, this is going to be moving in around 20 minutes, even if you're well out ahead of it. So going to continue to track the large hail with this one specifically. All right. Let's go ahead and bring this back to radar here. So got a message that's going to be dropping into the National Weather Service chat here shortly. And I'm guessing they're gonna send this another warning, get another one out farther downstream. So report coming in from the Carroll Airport, 2 to 2.5 inch hail. Oh gosh, that is huge. Yeah, 2.5 inch hail. That's tennis balls. That's tennis ball hail. Very, very large hail. And this is the big reason why. This storm is on its own, has not showed any significant signs of weakening or slowing down. But just because I'm curious, I do want to look at, nothing concerning as far as rotation. And if there is rotation within this cell, it's likely a little bit elevated and not a little bit closer to the surface. Main concern with this is going to be hail. Got Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal coming in. Chris coming in, joining the action here.
How we doing?
2 to 2.5 inch hail by the Carroll Airport.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
That's it's continuing to show signs of and we haven't seen any really significant weakening with any of this either.
No, it's riding a little seam there. It's
Yeah.
elevated, so it's not really going to produce a tornado. or
No.
anything, unless it can meet the warm front. But yeah, there's a screaming hail signal there.
Yeah.
I'll work to see if I can find a picture. But first, I'm going to turn on the air conditioning.
Good plan. A little toasty here in the studio. So yeah, if you've been tuning into the stream or if you're just getting into the stream here, this is where that main hail core is with this storm, and where the largest hail is still being produced. Now, with this latest scan, good news here. Very slight downward trend, but even in that slight downward trend, radar's still picking up on almost 2-inch hail. That gives you an idea of how large and how significant this hail core has been with this storm. Very, very intense. Let's get back on radar here. Want to give you a track on this. Again, if you're anywhere in Greene County here, this storm is going to be passing out of Carroll County and into Greene County very, very soon here. And the largest hail has shifted just north of Highway 30. It's kind of right in here, continuing to move to the northeast. So let's put a track on the hail core specifically here. So storm's moving at 50 miles per hour. So it's a quick mover. So if you're in Sheridan, Peyton, Patton, this is coming your direction. A lot of farmland within here too. So if you know anyone that's on and lives on any of these farms that are in between Glidden and Sheridan, and eventually crossing over Iowa Highway 4 and Iowa Highway 144, just let them know. They may be tuning into the stream. They may be tuning in on air when we have done the short live cut into programming. But if they don't know at this point, just shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know that this is coming their way. Again, this storm moving out of Carroll County and moving into Greene County. This is where the largest hail is currently located. It is this area right in here. That's where we continue to see the largest hail, and even with a slight weakening in the last data scan, radar is still picking up on upwards to 1.5 to 2 inch diameter hail. So 1.5 is ping pong sized hail. 2 inches in diameter is getting up towards the egg sized hail, hen egg sized hail, and that kind of range.
Excel's working on it, so they're working on getting that third compressor working.
Oh, very nice.
So they said it should start cooling down here shortly.
Oh, good.
But I am going to turn off a certain amount of lights.
Sounds good. Again, I want to reiterate this to everyone here. We are not concerned with a tornado and tornadic activity with this storm. This storm is north of a boundary that is draped across kind of the southern third of the state right now. And with it being north of that boundary, that means this storm is in elevated form. The hail continues to be the primary threat. Likely some, gusty winds with this too. Current severe thunderstorm warning is going to remain in place through 1 o'clock. Got just under 20 minutes left. But I do want to mention that the main core of this storm where we've seen the largest hail being produced, is crossing over the Carroll County line and is moving into the Greene County, Greene County right now. It's happening as we speak. Largest hail with this likely just slightly north of Highway 30. So here's where that's located. In fact, just with this being slightly delayed, ever so slightly, probably looking at that hail kind of coming down right in this area at this point in time.
Go there. Go to my Facebook. Chris. Comments. Nope. Go scroll up. We're working on getting a picture for you. Is that a Carol? Do that one. Plus scene. And then wide image. Just click and drag. Yep. Click on that. Click and drag. Do it at the bottom of the screen. No. On the screen. Now just click and drag. Yep. Click and drag. Sorry. Here. Let me show you. Plus scene. Click on wide image. Click and drag.
There we go.
I usually kind of overdo it and then move it. So there's some decent hailstones there. That looks to be ping pong ball.
Yeah, out of Carroll.
Yep.
Yeah, that's, that tracks right along with, what this storm has looked like, what radar's been picking up on. So this is still producing very large hail. Again, if you're just tuning in, looks like some ping pongs that came down in Carroll as this storm passed through. So here's a look at that latest, as far as where that hail is located. Again, advance this just slightly to the northeast, but the latest data coming in still showing 1.8 inch diameter hail. So it's kind of just under that, hen egg sized hail, just under that, and just slightly bigger than golf ball. So radar still picking up on that large of hail coming down with this, and it has shown bigger at times, but this is still significant. This hail that's being produced right now. So wouldn't shock me in the slightest to get another warning a little bit farther.
It'll come.
Yeah, it'll happen downstream here. So getting a look at let's get a track on this for you here, and I'm going to track that hail course specifically. The storm continues to move off to the east and the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So here are some of those locations, and if you're located anywhere within this area, you've got this storm with producing very large hail on the way. So a lot of farms within here too. This is eventually going to be passing across Iowa Highway 4. Still got a little bit of time before that happens, but if you're anywhere out ahead of this storm, this is one where we would highly advise you to move to an interior part of your workplace if you're at work. If you're, or at home too, if you're anywhere near glass and a glass window, moving to an interior part away from that glass is a good idea with this size of hail. Latest scan coming in here, still producing very large hail. And this storm's been chugging along on its own for quite a while. So passed by Denison, kind of rode along Highway 30 there into Carroll, just south of Carroll, and now is into Greene County. So if you're in Churdan, if you're in Churdan, make sure that you're getting into your kind of in an interior room or away from that glass if you're near it. Storm is coming into town very, very soon, just given how fast this one is moving. A lot of farmland in between our towns here too. So Churdan, this is going to be moving into town very, very soon here. Let me get another updated. So hail being that main concern, the storm still has the ability to produce upwards of anywhere between quarters to ping pong balls sized hail. We've seen, I mean, it really hasn't been much of a downward trend in the last couple of radar scans, but I mean, even a slight downward trend, it's not reducing the hail size to where it is no longer a concern. So locations impacted in the next 30 minutes. Again, Churdan coming into town under 8 minutes here. I want to move away from any glass if you're at work or home, wherever you might be located. Anyone within any of the school systems too. If any of you are tuning in, there's the next warning issued. We knew this one was.
Still golf balls.
That's bigger than golf balls.
Okay. I'm doing on-air updated.
Yeah. Jamie, are you still up in the PCR by chance?
Kia.
Oh, hi Kia. Can we get a live cut-in going here for the newest severe thunderstorm warning? All right, if you're tuning into the stream, going to do a quick live cut-in to programming, and we'll be back after that. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome into the stream where we are tracking a severe thunderstorm. Got meteorologist Joe Farrell here along with Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal behind me. This has been a storm that has been going for quite a while now. I want to give you the latest on the severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. This is going to include parts of Boone, Greene, Hamilton, and Webster counties. This storm continues moving northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So the storm is moving very fast. Main concern with this is hail, very large hail, continuing to produce upwards of golf ball and maybe even slightly bigger than golf ball sized hail, up to 2 inches in diameter. This is totally moved through Carroll County. It's moving through Greene County right now. and moving just south, at least where this largest hail is located, just south of Churden, is going to be passing and crossing over Iowa Highway 4 here very shortly. So we're going to continue to track this storm to the east and northeast. So let's get a look at next locations in line here as we kind of move ahead. So this storm has showed no signs of slowing down. It continues to hold its strength. It's all by itself, and the hail has been large. We've had reports of up to 2-inch and 2.5-inch hail near Carroll, and it has a history dating all the way back into Nebraska of producing ping pong to golf ball sized hail, and it continues to show that type of strength. So any of these locations, as we kind of move forward and get past the 1 o'clock hour here, with wind gusts potentially pretty strong with this storm as well, radar indicating upwards of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. A situation where whether you are at home or at work and if you're anywhere near glass of any kind, moving away from that, moving into an interior place that is away from that glass. Hail of this size can break through that, cause some damage, and be dangerous. So want you to keep that in mind here. Severe thunderstorm warning issued farther down to the east, and will remain. This particular one, the latest one that's been issued, until 1:45 this afternoon. So got quite a while with this particular warning here. And again, this is moving through kind of north central Greene County as we speak. And given the direction of where this hail core is moving, going to continue to track it that way. Let's get a look at what radar's picking up on as far as the latest hail size. Again, a vast history with this storm of producing up to 2 to 2.5-inch hail. Currently, radar's picking up on up to 1 inch and 1.2 inches. So a little bit larger. A little bit larger than quarter size here. This is right around $half size, what we're looking at as far as what radar is picking up. Would not be surprised, given the core of this storm, maybe an isolated hailstone up to a ping pong ball size still being produced by this. Now, I also do want to let you know that this is the one severe thunderstorm that we are tracking here. Still pretty much by itself, and is going to continue to remain elevated, which means that we are not concerned with any sort of tornadic threat with this storm. It's going to be all about the hail as we move forward. So before I let you go on programming here, I do want to just give you one final look at that track of the hail. It's going to be and is crossing over Highway 4 as we speak here. Going to continue moving to the east and the northeast at around 50 miles per hour. These are the locations next in line through 1:30. So if you're out ahead of this storm and into parts of northwestern Boone County, southern Hamilton County, southern Webster County, southeastern Webster County, this storm is headed your direction, and as it gets closer, within the next 10-15 minutes, start to move to an interior room. This storm continues to produce large hail that can and is big enough to break glass. So want you to be safe, and if you have any reports out of these areas, do be sure to send them our way. Do that safely. Your safety is number one priority with that, but any reports that you have for us would be greatly appreciated. We're going to continue to track this storm on We Are Iowa Plus and our stream platform, and we'll continue to have updates for you if this storm continues to produce the large hail that it's producing as it continues moving east. So we'll have more updates on stream on We Are Iowa Plus. For now, we'll get you back to regular programming. All right. Awesome. Thank you, Kia. Back to stream here, and we have got a severe thunderstorm watch. So let's give you a look at that until you can see there at the top of your screen until 7 o'clock.
Joe, I'm going to interrupt. Can you put it on radar for a second and swap to full screen? All right, Joe will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I need 60 seconds of his time. Hit merge. Mic 3. You're on 3. Okay, turn off 1 and 4.
There we go. All right, everyone, we are back. So latest report here that we have is let's see, quarter-size hail. And this was in far northwestern Greene County, so Cherdan, kind of a location that likely saw that type of hail. So the at least the little bit of good news that I have for you here is that maybe we are not seeing the large hail of 2 inches in diameter. At times it was picking up, radar was picking up on potentially up to 3-inch diameter hail. Haven't gotten a report of that large of hail, but it's good that we're seeing a slight weakening in the hail core. Now, not to say that it can't kind of come back and continue to perform and drop hail at the level that it has up to this point, but certainly a welcomed trend if that does continue. Let's see what radar's got for latest hail size. And also, it'd be very interesting to look at the hail track with this. Now, the returns may be a little bit, the hail core was stronger as it was moving into Carroll County, for sure. But this is also a fair distance away from radar, so may have picked up on some of the, maybe just slightly overdone in hail size, but nonetheless, this gives you a really good idea that this storm has been producing hail for quite a long time and has been chugging along with you see over the past 30, 40 minutes that ever so slight downtrend in some of this action as far as the hail. So it continues to produce it, just maybe not quite to the size that we had earlier on. So we're going to continue to see this storm moving northeast at, it's still tracking at around 50 miles per hour. Want to make sure that hasn't sped up. It's actually slowed down ever so slightly. Let me update the speed with my tracking stuff here. And we're still seeing that hail core likely already crossed Iowa Highway 4 here. That is just to the east of Churdan. So here's a look at the, if we continue to see it moving on this path. Here's some of those locations that we'll be seeing that hail. This is going to be moving across and out of Greene County in not too long a time here. But then we're going to be seeing that shift into southern Webster, southern Hamilton, and northern Boone County. No update to the warning, so even though radar showing a little bit of a downward trend in the overall hail size, still does not mean that this is a weak storm by any stretch. Still very strong. So this severe thunderstorm warning will continue through 1:45. Still got about 40 minutes left on this warning. And I'm a little bit curious as this kind of activity that's a little bit to the north and northeast of this storm. This activity has increased ever so slightly, and I'm curious if that will end up using up any sort of energy for this particular severe warning storm to kind of continue working with as it tracks that direction. So just something interesting that we will keep our eyes on. Now, once we continue seeing this storm moving east here, we're still going to have to watch for any more development, but farther south a little bit later on into this afternoon and evening. Now, it has been a second since I've checked up on temperatures and dew points to check moisture and things of that nature. But just to give you an idea that we may not be completely out of the woods if we see, this particular storm and this activity, die down a little bit as it continues tracking across central Iowa. But just to let you know that we may need to still watch for some more activity a little bit later on, a little bit closer to the evening hours.
Yeah, I don't think we're done.
Are you talking about with this particular?
I just mean in the evening.
Yeah, in the evening, yeah.
I don't think we're done.
Yeah. I'm going to get a new track on this storm here in just a second. But I just want to give you all an idea. So this is going 3 hours ago. I do remember seeing this before midday on Local 5, seeing this severe warning storm in Nebraska. And it is tracked and just kept going the entire way. So pretty impressive. But given the fact that this has been pretty much by itself for this whole time, it's not overly surprising to see this continue. So hail has been the primary threat with this particular storm. So we're continuing to see a downward trend in the hail size that this storm could be producing. And in fact, radar's picking up on under an inch. Smaller than quarter size is what radar's starting to pick up on now. That is a welcome trend, because it was certainly concerning with how long this storm produced ping pong, golf ball, and even larger hailstones than that. 2.5 inches, which, if I'm not mistaken, is tennis ball. Yeah, it's tennis balls. The storm did produce tennis ball sized hail at one point. That was a little bit east of Carroll. Very, very impressive storm up to this point. But again, starting to see a little bit of a weakening in the hail core of this, as still producing some small hail, crossing over Iowa Highway 144 right now. This will be crossing over Highway 169. Not too long a time here, and this is going to be moving, and looks like this hail is going to kind of ride right along, and kind of a triple point of Hamilton, Boone, and Story County. Kind of riding right along that line here. So continuing to watch, and good news, if you're just tuning in here, a little bit of a downward and a weakening trend with this storm. Now, the hail itself still being produced right here. So that's where we are going to continue to potentially see some of that small hail that's under an inch. Now we'll watch for any re-strengthening. But it has been slowly coming down a little bit over the last 20 minutes. So that is good news, but still up to quarter size is the potential that it's got currently. And it's still moving northeast at around 40 miles per hour. So these are some of the locations next in line to see this. Again, it's going to cross over Highway 169.
Check my social feed. I have a post where I'm asking for pictures under the premise that if they share them, no, scroll down, it's just a text post. Grab the slider, yep. Okay, this one. Keep tabs on this one. So I made a post asking for pictures under the premise that they allow use of it.
Okay, gotcha.
Just make sure it appears to be theirs, when they use it. Like that one out of Carroll there at the top. Yep. So.
Okay.
So you know how to pull that in now. So just check that out periodically.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, let's get that. Let's get that picture up. This is another one out of Carroll. Quarter size.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much perfectly matches that quarter. So Carroll had a little bit of a mix in, had some quarters coming down in several spots, and just east of Carroll was where the tennis ball size hail report came in. So bit of a mixed bag, but want to thank, Cassie, hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thanks for sending that in.
Probably Casey.
Yeah, thanks for sending that in. We really do appreciate any photos or any reports that any of you do have for us. So latest trends with this storm, if you're just tuning in here, is a weakening trend, still producing some small hail, but it has been weakening over the past several scans. So that is good news there. Good news to see this weakening a little bit. The severe thunderstorm warning looks like they just trimmed it up a little bit. Let's see if they changed, likely continuing it through 145. Yes. Now, whether the National Weather Service decides to end this warning early or not doesn't matter. We're still tracking the hail with this one. And radar is not picking up on near as large of hail at this point in time. Let's get a little bit of a look at the latest here. So it's now producing small hail in several different spots. Just these little gray colorations, lighter gray colorations in here. So under an inch hail. But what I want to do is show you that weakening trend. I mean, look at how strong that hail core was as it was passing by Carroll. And then just very slowly has been on that weakening trend all the way up to this point to where it is currently and the type of strength that it's got. So half-inch hail, that's what it's picking up on. So we want to stick with you here on stream, until we are fully confident that this will be and remain subsevere. This has been just a monster of a cell that has been going for a long time here.
It's a good looking storm.
Yeah, it is.
Elevated supercell.
Yep. And we don't want to see any, tornadic activity, and haven't seen anything like that with this one. You heard Chris just mention elevated storm. This is north of a boundary line, which is causing for it to be an elevated storm. Also a reason why the hail threat has been so strong with this one. But as that boundary keeps rising north, the reason we say we're not done with our severe weather threats is along and south of that boundary into this evening, storms will become a little bit more surface-based. So you have to start including threats for, continuing threats for wind and hail, but also potentially increasing that tornadic threat as well. So all threats will be more of a possibility and more of a concern later on into this, closer to the evening hours. So we're going to be watching that development very, very closely. But again, want to stick with you here as this storm continues moving east and northeast. Good news is we are continuing to see a weakening trend as far as the hail. Now, maybe a slight uptick south of Dayton here. So this is going to be passing, and this still is not large hail that's kind of showing up here. Maybe just slightly bigger than half-inch hail. Still producing some. So still producing some hail, but it is, more along the lines of nickels, dimes, peas, that sort of size. Not seeing it producing, up to that golf ball, ping pong ball, tennis ball size. We're not so much worried about that at this juncture.
New picture being posted if you want to use it. It may take a minute to populate in there. Pretty impressive.
Was that one of the larger hailstones that?
No. But covering the ground, there is a lot though.
Yeah.
Crap.
Is it? Oh my gosh! Yeah.
I just shared it. I'll get a few more posted so you can use.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yep.
Wow. Where was that one coming out of?
Well, the one I just shared is from Denison.
From Denison.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hail core when it was right near Denison was very impressive. So looks as though we had a couple locations have a lot of hail on the ground, almost like snow covering the ground. Almost, like it's kind of what it looks like. But of course, instead of anything wintry, it's hail from this thunderstorm. So just south of Iowa Highway 175 here, just south of Dayton, starting to, this will move and get a little bit close to Stratford. Nothing super concerning with hail size, but still could have just a little bit smaller than quarters up into this storm and dropping down from this cell. But we've continued to see a weakening trend with this as time has gone along here. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning remaining through 1:45. It may, and looks as though it's going to pass out of that warning before the warning is completely finished. But still keeping a close eye on that for you. All right, so this picture I'm going to bring up is from Kathy right near Denison. This was the one that we were speaking of just a minute ago. Oh my gosh, look at that.
What?
Oh, I just got the picture up.
Yeah, crazy.
Whoa.
It'll be I can't post, multiples are difficult. I'll tell you what, I'll post the singles in the comments of my next post.
So, no, that sounds good. Thank you. So this is hail fog.
Yeah.
On top of this, that's what you see here. This fog layer, that's hail fog. So that hailstone is cold, and so as it is melting and evaporating, cooling and condensing just above where those hailstones are, there you go. There's some of the hail fog. That's fascinating to see that. It really does look like just snow on the ground. So again, that's from Kathy near Denison. And any reports that we get in from all of you, thank you so much for doing those. And doing them safely is number one priority for sure. Just keep that in mind. We want you to be safe, but we do love getting these reports in.
Next,
Okay.
I'm going to check the comments.
Perfect.
It'll probably take a minute or two, but it'll show widespread damage in Buck Grove, which is in Crawford County.
Okay. Is that the one with the car in it?
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Look in the comments.
Yeah. So this is out of Crawford County. Oh wow. Oh man.
Sighting on the house too.
Yeah. Look at that. So not only got the blown out back windshield of the car here, but also look at the damage to the siding on the house here. This is a good reminder that hail of this size can break glass like this, which is why we stress so much that we want you to be away from windows to the outside when a hailstorm like this is moving through. Still keeping an eye on this cell, still producing some small hail. But again, this was out of Crawford County from Kevin Smith. Buck Grove. So if you had any sort of damage in your area, so sorry to see that happen. This storm was a doozy. Very, very, very impressive cell. Now, just to give you kind of the latest on this one here. All right, so this storm is still north of that boundary. Hail bouncing off the ground like little miniature bouncy balls.
That's from John McLaughlin too.
Oh, really?
And Carol.
Is he chasing it, or is he out that way?
I bet. Looks like he's at the airport. So
Okay.
He probably flew up there for something.
Yeah. So keeping an eye on this particular cell right here. Nothing severe, nothing crazy. It's just had a little bit of an uptick over the last couple of data scans. So keeping an eye on this one. This is right around Guthrie Center, and is going to move just a little bit north of Panora. Lake Panorama likely going to be, getting in on that storm. Just heavy downpour at this point in time. Nothing severe. Still seeing hail being produced by this storm that is still moving east-northeast. Continued to see a little bit of that downtrend. It's kind of leveled out as far as its strength. We're past 15, 20 minutes. Still likely seeing some small hail right in this little dull gray area here. So under a half inch for hail. And then this other area that is likely just north of Stratford now. Again, under a half inch for hail size being picked up by radar here. So still some small stuff coming down, but nothing to the extent as what we had earlier on with this storm. Now it does remain north of that boundary, so still not concerned with any tornadic activity or rotation starting to near the surface. Not concerned with any of that just yet. But that boundary is a big reason why we are going to have to continue to monitor things into this afternoon and evening. Our severe threat likely not done after this particular storm passes through.
Posted a video if you want to use it.
John McLaughlin. Yep, he's legendary for sure.
Just pull it out there and let it play. You'll see it. There's some big stones. I don't think this warning goes on.
I don't think so either. It's been producing under 1 inch diameter hail for quite a while now. So who's that video? Again, from John McLaughlin. Carroll Airport, correct?
Yep.
Look at that. Bouncing around like ping pongs and golf balls.
Some of the biggest stones are 2.5 inches in diameter, you said.
As that 2.5 is massive. Wow. Impressive video. It's crazy to see him bouncing off the ground like that. Like a little bit less bouncy than a bouncy ball, but still kind of like it. Wow, yeah, that's crazy video. Chris, any update from you as you've gone through the forecast as far as this, a little bit closer to the evening?
I think this watch kind of came out just with respect to this particular storm. There will be additional development possible back to the west too. But I think either this watch will be expanded southwards or a new one will be put into place because there will be more storms develop after 4 o'clock in central and southern Iowa. I think it's mainly wind and hail risk. There may be a spin-up tornado that gets us to go on a little bit longer in the warm sector, but not quite as robust of an environment as we saw like yesterday. So,
yeah.
After 4 o'clock, kind of another kick in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and then, really the only and biggest reason that we will watch for those storms to be rotating as they develop and get going is because they are going to be south of that frontal boundary, and so they will be surface based, whereas this storm that we've been tracking for so long here has been north of the boundary and has been elevated, which has been kind of the main way that this has been such a hail threat for so long. South of the boundary, those storms get a little bit more surface-based, and so if rotation does start to come about, then it'd be a little more concerning if we start to see that, just because it'd be surface-based and would potentially be able to get that condensed funnel, start approaching the ground, and but as Chris mentioned, still going to be hail and wind as kind of primary threats with the development a little bit later on. Likely going to see this severe thunderstorm warning expire. Still remains until 1:45, if I remember correctly. Yes. And they've brought the warning down to just quarter-size hail being a threat, along with some very gusty winds too. In fact, speaking of that, I wonder Let's see what kind of wind gust. All right, so nothing major, just some generalized gusty winds coming through, especially on the southern side of this storm. May need to watch for winds to gust a little bit more, just with this little bit of a bowing segment. It's very small, but sometimes if we see an uptick in activity within that, it can start to produce a little bit stronger winds. So something for us to just keep an eye on over the next little bit here. Just seeing if we've got anything in Chris's social posts.
Yeah. Keep checking it out. You gotta stop this yawning business.
It's gonna start making me yawn.
I was here till, 1:30, 1:45, something like that last night.
Yeah, that as soon as that low-level jet kicked in last night, those storms really got going again.
Sure did.
So thank you all so much for tuning into our stream here. Meteorologist Joe Farrell and Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal with you. We've been tracking this cell for a long time now. It looks like there's another very impressive one going on in parts of Nebraska, just to a little bit west of Omaha. But I do believe we are going to see development in central Iowa and southern Iowa too this evening. Not the same situation where we saw this storm start in Nebraska and track all the way through from where it started. It has had quite the lifespan. So just kind of generally, this is when I first noticed that it was severe into this part of Nebraska. So we're talking, roughly 165 miles of a track. And it's been producing hail nearly the entire time, if it still is at this point. So it's been very impressive. Thankfully, we are not seeing it as strong now. Do want to stick with you through the severe thunderstorm warning, which remains until 1:45. Would not shock me if they decide to just kind of let it expire, just given the trend of this storm. So we'll continue to monitor this. Haven't seen any uptick, at least a noticeable uptick, and almost.
By the way, the HR nailed this storm cutting right across Nebraska and Iowa yesterday. I forget which run it was, maybe 0. It had it. It did. Yeah.
Well, that's crazy.
I didn't like it because it was in the cold sector screaming, but it was right.
And
it was right.
Yeah, that impressive work by.
And it was gone in later runs, so.
Yeah, no, I didn't notice anything this morning on the HR.
I have to graph it up, aren't I?
We got a little bit of a flood watch going on too. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yep. That area was kind of hit hard yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, man. So some of the amounts in southern Jasper County are being picked up were very intense. All right. Storm is, we're maybe seeing some small hail being dropped again. Right by Pilot Mound. And that's really the only spot that I'd have any concern of some small hail still coming down. Thankfully, it's nothing to the extent of what we were seeing earlier when this particular storm was at its strongest, because it was very impressive out there. Very impressive. So still have the severe thunderstorm warning. This is still here for another 7 minutes, 6 minutes. So we'll continue. Want to be with you at least through the severe thunderstorm warning, and also just be sure that we're not seeing an uptick in activity within this storm. I do want to check velocity, not so much for rotation, but I just kind of want to see what, if winds are at a concerning level, and likely some stronger wind gusts. We're talking at most, probably 45, 50 mile per hour wind gusts at most, starting to move into the city of Boone right now. The storm still looks really interesting on radar. It just doesn't have as much juice as it once did. Which, hey, we are not complaining about that. Only thing that has been noticed with the wind here is that some personal weather stations have picked up on 30 mile per hour wind gusts out of this. And that's it. However,
we're running 4 to 12 on this alert, right?
Yes. Well, actually, that maybe was what Chase had for this one this morning. I think I had it at 4 to 10 yesterday. But
We'll go with the latest.
Either way.
What'd you say at midday?
4 to 10, if I remember correctly. And if you're just hearing that, we're going to be watching for more development into this evening. Right through here points, southward, southeasterly. So we're going to have to, once this storm is finished up in non-severe, all right, looks like they are going to let the warning expire, so that's good. That's good news there.
You can let it loop if you want.
Just a general looping radar. Do we want the one with the L bar?
Yep.
Okay. All right, everyone. Going to put it back on looping radar here, and I myself and Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal hopping off the stream. Thanks so much for tuning in and being with us, staying updated with us. Quite a long time that this storm was producing some hail, thankfully. Seeing it under severe criteria right now, but we're still going to be tracking stuff developing into a little bit closer to this evening, and so we'll be back with you, as we see fit. But for now, I'm going to shift things over back to looping radar. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back with you regardless. 5 o'clock on Local 5. And back with you as needed for another stream on We Are Iowa Plus here. So in the meantime, stay safe, take care, and we'll likely see you later.
Everyone, we're going to continue our live coverage. First, we're going to lead off with a cut-in on air. Stand by. Good afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, tracking thunderstorms across central Iowa. We're joining you on air here for this afternoon due to two recent severe thunderstorm warnings being issued. Let's talk about this storm up over Grundy County, northern Marshall County, and over into Tama County. This storm is warned for 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We have been watching a persistent lowering and broad rotation, which would be located near the city of Conrad as well. These storms are moving to the east and slightly north of east with time, and going to be putting the southern reaches of Grundy County in the crosshairs here for seeing the worst impacts with this storm. The storm is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Go ahead and track the area of concern as it moves that direction. And you'll see the estimated times of arrival here in Conrad any moment now. Gladbrook by 3:32, Rhinebeck by 3:44, Traer by 3:57, and Eagle Center by 4:09. Also, an additional severe thunderstorm warning impacting areas just north of the Des Moines Metro. This one warned for ping pong ball sized hail, $half sized hail, and moving to the east and north and east as well, impacting areas like Huxley, the north side of Ankeny included on that. This one moving just a little bit slower at about 25 miles per hour. We'll put a track on the area most concerned with that hail and wind threat, and it will be near Cambridge by about 3:24, Maxwell by 3:38, Collins by 3:49, and Rhodes by 4:04. So what you need to do, stay away from windows. Interior room is going to be preferred because we have had a history of thunderstorms today to produce some very large hail, knocking out things like windows and creating some property damage. We're going to continue to track both of these storms and anything additional as it continues through the afternoon. Right now, only a severe thunderstorm watch for the counties in pink until 7 p.m., but we are watching southern Iowa for a likely tornado watch to be issued here shortly. Additional threats develop this evening over southern Iowa, which will include a tornado risk. For now, we'll get you back to programming. We're going to keep our storm chatter going over on We Are Iowa Plus if you'd like to join the live stream there. Stay safe, and we'll keep you updated through the afternoon. Okay, my streaming friends, we are here. Thanks, Cody. Just hang by for a little bit. Okay, on the stream, thank you for joining me. We are at it once again. It has been just kind of a hellacious week when it comes to trying to schedule anything normal, it seems. We're in the middle of the week, and it's been almost a week since I've had a normal work day. I am also joined by meteorologist Joe Farrell as well. Here, you're not up yet, Joe. Just wait. All right, wave now, Joe.
Hey, everyone.
Okay, we have Joe tracking alongside with me here in the Weather Center. We are going to be tracking storms here as we continue on through the afternoon. Initial offerings today. Wow, did we ever have some big time hail out towards Carroll and Denison. And that storm that is currently southwest of Waterloo is that same cluster. So towards Grundy Center, this is a severe warned storm, and it looks like it has an impulse of hail in there right over Conrad, likely seeing some more of that pesky hail. As you see by the hail tracks that are kind of trailing this storm, you see it has been intensifying as it's made its journey eastward. So heads up there in southern Grundy County, also northern Tama County as that one continues. Also, I believe some quarter-sized hail that's been trying to build up this new storm, which is also severe thunderstorm warned. This would be right at I-35 at Iowa 210 and likely creating some hail in there right at that crosshairs just to the east of Huxley. Heads up north of Maxwell towards Iowa Center, I believe, yeah, and State Center on down the line if that one continues to hold. Also another cell building up. This would be closer to the Stewart area south of there, heading towards Earlham, Van Meter, and maybe the west side of the Des Moines Metro. Right now some small hail noted there. No warning at the moment, but we'll continue to track that for you. So the synopsis right now, just 2 warnings. In fact, we had this warning in northern Polk and southern Story County, which goes until 3:45, be upgraded for golf ball sized hail. No official reports with that, but of course we are kind of near a more populated area. No doubt something we're going to likely hear a little bit more of if that continues up at that strength. So no official word just yet, but something we will no doubt continue to track along with you. Just seeing what the National Weather Service is saying here over the last couple of minutes since I've checked. Okay. So strong updraft is going up over Polk County and southern Story County. That's why that warning was upgraded a little bit, so it's in the anticipation that we see some larger hail from this stronger updraft. 1.1 inch diameter hail being noted just south of Huxley right now. All right, Joe, I see you checking out the satellite picture. Let's run through it. What are you seeing here, and what are your expectations in this warm sector?
Yeah, for sure. So,
are you on 5? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am on 5.
Okay, I got you up now.
Perfect. Levels coming through?
Talk again?
Yeah, getting a look
Yep,
at...
you're good. Go
awesome.
ahead, sir.
Awesome. So visible satellite here, what we really are kind of watching for is the type of updraft strength that really gets these storms, really juiced up. And of course, we just spoke about that one that is that cell that's just north of the Des Moines Metro and is severe warned for hail at this time. But take a look at what's been going on over the last hour. A little bit to the southwest here, down towards Creston, Clarinda. You notice that little bit of that bubbling action and the expansion of the clouds as they continue rising, the tops of those clouds. And this is an indication that we are seeing updrafts really get a hold of some of these cells. And this is just basically pointing towards the trend that anything that is really going to get going over the next hour to hour and a half here, as far as storm development, is going to have these very strong updrafts associated with them, meaning the hail threat increases. And we're also going to have to watch, because these storms are south of the frontal boundary, they're going to be a little bit more surface-based. In fact, Chris, just had a new severe thunderstorm warning go up by that storm that we were just speaking about south of Stewart.
All right, I'll handle that. I'm going to come back to me first. I want to show you some of that hail from Carroll earlier. This is from the legend John McLaughlin. Many of you probably recognize that name from Central Iowa weather lore, looking at some 2-inch plus diameter hail falling there at the Carroll Airport, and a lot of hail that was covering the ground. Okay, Joe mentioned that there is a severe thunderstorm warning, a new one now, down to the southwest side of the metro. And once my radar gets loaded up here, we'll go check it out. I think the next issuance will likely maybe touch on things on air as well. We'll let this one go for now and just keep the stream going. This is until 4 o'clock. This is also going to be for northeastern Adair, northern Madison, and the extreme southern portion of Dallas County as well. So that would put places like Earlham and eventually Van Meter in the crosshairs for possible hail core here. And that's what we've been watching the last few minutes, trying to build up. It was nothing, not hinting at the strongest right now, but there is signal that there's a stronger updraft kind of unfolding with this cell right now to watch. And I do think with regards to that one up north of the Des Moines Metro, saying that there's a stronger updraft forming, I do believe that's the case here. And watch as we sample the largest hail size. We're starting to climb that ladder. Let's see if I can get that deepest, darkest blue. Yeah, 1.3 inches. I think the next time we see this algorithm come around on the hail size, that one will be boasting some even larger numbers. Pretty strong signal here for some hail as we're looking at that cell north of Ankeny near the Huxley area. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at cross-section here, not cross-section, full 3D volume of the storm. I want to see if we can see where that hail is in here. And yeah, you can kind of see where that red is showing up. That is where we're showing the hail tucked away in here. So let me go ahead and load in larger hail core. There we go. So I'm going to back this up, and it takes a second for the data to load in. But just a few scans ago, this was fairly low, and notice how it shot up, and the volume of this entire storm kind of grew as well. A signal that this one isn't intensifying, and likely, if we check out the velocity signal with this, I believe we're going to have some signals of some stronger wind maybe trying to creep up in here too. And maybe leading out ahead of it, we're seeing it, and that red's coming back to the radar. So this storm is starting to show some signs of life, of wanting to spin. Also noted, as this one was back closer to the north side of Des Moines, there was a wall cloud reported with that. Not that it was rotating or anything at the time, but that is a lowering to watch for that next developmental stage in these storms. So that's what we're watching here at the moment. We have 3 severe thunderstorms in the Local 5 area, kind of tailing down to the south. And I think this is going to be it for us. Anything in this sector, we're going to be watching from here on out. So south of that line and east of that line. Okay? Now, not to say that something can't get going back up here to the north and west, but I think the key area is going to be to watch to the south and east of that sector. That's where we have the best thunderstorm energy at the moment. So right around Creston to Des Moines, and then through the rest of southern Iowa, that's where we have the best energy that is pooled at the moment. Okay? Joe, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just continuing to watch this cluster of storms that is even more to the south and west of this Warren storm that got going just a little bit south of Stewart. These continue to kind of grow a little bit, not just in size, but still continuing to strengthen at least a little bit with each incoming scan. As Chris just mentioned, this is the line in the area as we head throughout kind of the rest of this afternoon and all the way through this evening. That is going to be more than likely where we see all of the severe activity. In fact, if we go down near Corning, starting to pick up on a little bit of hail with that storm there. Get a little bit of a kind of closer look at that.
Joe, do you want to jump up to that northern cell and check out the velocity on there?
The one that is north of the metro or all the way up?
All the way up, Gladbrook. Go up towards that area. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see that velocity. Okay.
So something to watch.
For sure.
As this one crosses into northern Tama County, I think there's a little bit of contamination to it, but also it is still fairly strong close together. So if you kind of sift through things a little bit, something to watch there, most definitely. I'm just going to check with the National Weather Service real quick and see what they're saying.
Yeah, and a little bit of that contamination likely due to just the fact that this storm is producing hail along with that, which can sometimes create for a little bit of that clutter sort of action on radar. So yeah, absolutely one to kind of watch for here. In fact, you can kind of see this little notch in right here. So already starting to kind of see the signs on regular reflectivity, not looking at velocity, of just a little bit of that hooking action. So something for us to keep our eyes on as we see this storm continue moving to the east and just a little bit to the northeast. But So man, these storms are really getting going and getting going fast, which was something that we did expect. And as far as, I do want to check the velocity here for you on this storm that is a little bit north of the Des Moines metro here, east of Huxley. Still kind of in a little bit of some of the purple showing up on radar, just not the cleanest returns. But main threat with all of these storms that are really getting going, all of this entire cluster, even the one that's not seeing any severe warnings right now, watching all of these to quickly start producing some big time hail. Now, as time moves along, some of that rotation with these storms being south of that frontal boundary and being and more surface based, the rotation is something we have to continue to watch closely, just like with this cell that is off to the northeast here and is continuing to show signs of that rotation. And Chris, did you get anything from the National Weather Service?
No, there's no chatter on that particular cell up into northern Tama County now, north of Gladbrook, but certainly something that we're going to be paying close attention to. I think there's a little bit of contamination there on the side lobe, and yeah, and the next scan that comes through is certainly a little bit less in that bright red. Now, there's still some rotation there. It's worth watching. But that's why we didn't jump all over that and start talking about, a possible tornado. But there is certainly a circulation overhead there north of Gladbrook. In fact, that warning just got a little bit of an update here. Let's see what it says. 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And then there is still that little bit of circulation. Golf ball sized hail possible out of this storm as it moves its way east along Highway 210 near Maxwell. So heads up there, folks in Maxwell. That is a beefy looking storm. Let's check out the latest hail details surrounding that. Looks like it might be falling back down now just a little bit. And the latest hail scope, the size, if you will, checking in at 0.6 inches. Let's go back to the volume scan here. I will scan this one once again, and we'll see if that hail is still being held up or if it's falling down. I have a hunch it's still it's starting to fall down. Okay, we'll back up the scene a little bit. Okay, this is when it was elevated, and I have a hunch we're going to see it drop here in those next couple of cycles. Yep. So that's what's happening. Build up and fall back down. So right now it's actually falling to the ground with the updraft kind of losing a bit of its momentum. So I'd expect the hail to be falling there. We're warned for up to golf ball sized hail, so anywhere between Huxley. That's a good one, Joe. Let's go to you.
Yeah, I was just going to see if I could get a view of this. Now, I mean, this might be large raindrops, but it sure looks like.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. And
yeah,
not to jump on you here, Joe, but one thing that I definitely keep an eye on when it comes down to this is cars dramatically slowed or stopped on the side.
Good
that
point.
Typically gets hail. If it's hail, it gets you to stop on the side fairly efficiently. But good call on checking out some of those cameras. Let's check a few more out. You want to cycle through a few of those there on I-80?
Yeah, let's keep going down the line here and see if we can see anything else. Want to keep this kind of along a similar path here. I think we are a little bit to the east of there. So let's keep moving these east and see if we can get another good view of kind of what's going on. There's the one there, so let's move one more down. Yeah, so it does look as though, and again, great point on vehicle movement and how people are kind of just behaving. If it was hail, we'd probably see more cars pulled off to the side, but certainly some big time raindrops coming down. And this is with that cell that is severe warned and continues to show signs of strengthening. So
yeah, I don't really like the way that cell looks, Joe. Thank you very much. I am actually going to throw the cross slice on this storm as well, or the volume scan, I should say. It's definitely kind of deviated a little bit more to the north, and what you'll see here is this one, when it was warned right here, that hail is building up, and now that core is kind of falling away. Now over near Earlham, there's a new storm kind of developing, so still we'll watch that. I'm not quite as sold on this storm anymore, especially up to the ping pong ball sized hail that is now being represented with that warning. It's not near as impressive. I think the most robust cell at the moment is going to be that one just to the west of Maxwell, and then from the circulation standpoint, of course, into northern Tama County. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at things up there once again. Still hinting at some of that rotation there. It certainly is. We're getting a decent ways away from the radar site, however, so this is sampling about a mile up, 5,200 feet up in the air. Still near Lincoln. There's likely going to be a bit of some rotation happening above your head, so heads up for that, and please take any warnings seriously if they are out for your area. Okay, so there is a bit of some broad rotation in there. It's over a wider distance. I think the next scan you'll get a little bit of a better view on it, but I'm seeing the brightest of the colors right now kind of ranging over 3 miles. We'd be more concerned if those would be pinpointed in that gate-to-gate region in there.
yeah, just keeping an eye on the on that storm that was near Corning. Radar software that we also keep an eye on. Its algorithm picking up on about quarter-sized hail, so getting just a little bit little bit stronger. And in fact, speaking of that storm, how quickly the hail core in it kind of collapsed. They did just completely take away that severe thunderstorm warning between.
Did they?
Yeah, Stewart and Earlham. So.
All right, well, that's why we're with you, right? We're here to walk you through these things and call the shots as we see them, and we're not going to hold back. When we see something weakening, we'll tell you it's weakening. When we see something strengthening, we'll tell you it is strengthening in there. So I think the beeviest cell right now is entering the Maxwell area. Based on the overlay between the reflectivity and the velocity, it does appear there may be still a little bit of an appendage to watch based on that velocity signal there. Not hugely concerning for anything tornadic, but again, it is something out there. Joe, do you recall what LCLs are looking like today, or should I look that up?
Look it up just in case. If I remember correctly.
All right, I'll let you take the wheel and I'll look it up.
If I remember right from this morning, they were looking to be pretty, fairly low in the atmosphere. Yeah, continuing to watch this storm near Maxwell for sure. Let's get a latest look here on the hail and.
Just so you're aware, the northern section of this line about 750 meters, and then 1,000 meters in southern Iowa.
Okay.
So not the lowest, but definitely not the highest. So we're kind of in the middle of the range.
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking at the kind of the latest hail size now. This signature slightly delayed. So Maxwell, if you are in Maxwell, probably picking up on, and you probably hear some of that hail coming down right now. Just over ½ inch. Nothing that is overly concerning, but still something for us to keep an eye on. That certainly is the kind of the strongest thunderstorm that we currently have out there in central Iowa. But there's going to be more development. There's going to be more that kind of pulses up, maybe starts to collapse a bit, and then some more that pulse back up as well. And you see that as we look farther to the south and kind of southern Iowa and a little bit southwest of the Des Moines metro, these storms are still It's all very clustered right now, but there are just a couple of cells that continue to show a little bit more of those signs of some strengthening. So maybe the updraft starting to get into those a little bit more. So plenty for us to watch, and it seems as though, Chris, today is going to be kind of a day where things happen quickly, where the intensification happens quickly, but at the same speed, it could just fall apart a little bit and not be as strong.
So one little difference here today is we don't have the best low-level shear, and that's why the tornado threat is not jumping off the page like it did the last couple of afternoons. We have slightly higher storm bases today, and why don't I just take a look at the temperatures here for you. We'll see where we're at. So temperatures across central Iowa, looks like we're missing a few sensors, but 60s in the cool sector, 70s in the warm sector. And let me find the dew points here for you. And we'll see just where we are at with this. Dew points are into the 60s. That's okay in an early season setup, but I think some of the numbers were just a little bit better at times yesterday. Either way,
there were dew points near 70 in some locations yesterday, and temperatures in the low and mid 80s. So just a little bit more intense, both in warmth and in moisture yesterday.
Okay, and just coming back to the watch, it's been trimmed up just a little bit up towards the Fort Dodge area, and at all. It's still continuing for the counties in pink until 7 o'clock. And this was about an hour ago now. We were kind of watching our area, and there it is, southern Iowa for a likely tornado watch, they were calling it, giving it about an 80% chance. So a likely tornado watch in play when it comes down to that. I'm going to show you this significant tornado parameter. Yesterday, this was definitely climbing the ladder a little bit more. You notice we're still kind of down on the lower end of the range. Once we start getting to this range, yes, the threat does start to increase just a little bit, but the last two afternoons, we were peaking more up into this range. So not quite as favorable of an environment that we have here for tonight, this afternoon, this evening, whichever you want to call it. But we're still able to gain the supercells. In fact, looking at this parameter, it's not even the best anymore. It looked a little bit better a while ago, but still plenty of energy to use, and kind of that downward trend in those previous two that talks about the shear just isn't quite as good as we had it the last 2 days. Let's go back. You seen any additional towers go up over there, Joe?
It all kind of is blending together, and maybe just a couple of pockets. I'll actually circle them so it's a little bit easier to see these. But you notice a couple of pockets in here where maybe there's a little bit more lift kind of going on. And it's so cool that we can actually check out these things with visible satellite. But a couple of pockets where the updraft is maybe a little bit stronger in these thunderstorms. So still need to watch for some more strengthening just given how this looks, but it is all kind of becoming a bit of a jumbled, little bit of a clustered mess in terms of individual cells being on their own and things of that nature. They're all kind of starting to come together a little bit.
Okay, Joe, we are also always tracking our storm chasers, which are out in the field. Nothing really of interest at this point to pull up, but they are kind of working into position. I'll tell you where they are ultimately setting up here is over southern Iowa. That's where the trend is for those chasers to be. So if that tells you anything about that possible tornado watch, some of the best in the business out there and the chasers are in town here today, and kind of watching over this same area. Southern Iowa, I think if we see a tornadic threat come to fruition, that's where it's going to be here for today. So I have 3 chasers lined up. All 3 of them are in southern Iowa at the moment and tracking storms as they push through. Right now, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in place. I think the healthiest looking cell is right over Maxwell. Right now, this one is being warned for 1.5-inch diameter hail. Really not seeing much of a wind signature with this. Perhaps some gusty winds, but nothing to rise to those severe levels. Maybe trying to pulse back up there just a little bit. Our algorithm saying 0.9 inches with that, just off screen checking 1.25. So a little bit of some re-intensification here in a few scans. Pop, you see that there? And now likely seeing that hail fall over Maxwell. I do want to emphasize, if you are out and about and watching the stream and you've had some of these storms come through, we want to hear from you. Send us your storm reports. That phone number is 515-457-1026. Pictures, videos, great. Of course, we want you to be safe. Go ahead and send us your storm reports to the number there on your screen. That is the best way to pass along information to us in the moment and also use it. I'll tell you, we've seen some large hail today, and I will go back and show you some of that too. This picture coming up is from Katie. And this was from Dunlap in Crawford County earlier today. A lot of hail, and this was golf ball sized hail that came up. And you notice the sunroof, that's gone. So the sunroof is gone out of, and that's her van there. So certainly some large hail out there. We showed you the hail video. Let me get you one more because this was just so potent. Such a potent storm that went through Crawford and Carroll County earlier. I want to show you this one as well. This one, Buck Grove, I believe, is where this one was. And I'll pull it down a little bit so you can see it. Notice the siding on the house, and then obviously the back window of the car. But this was also golf ball sized hail, and some of that hail was also up to tennis ball sized hail in Carroll. So we've had some big time hail. I've had people comment, I'm just reading a comment right now, we lost both windows front and back on both cars too, golf ball sized hail. That was kind of in the same general area earlier today. Okay, so there's a lot going on. Joe, looks like we finally have that tornado watch that's come out. I don't think the Des Moines area has, oh, there it pops in right as we take it.
I was going to say, I was just waiting for this to populate. So,
all right, you go ahead and talk. I'm going to get that out to the masses here real quick.
Yeah. So, shaded in the yellow here. This is a brand new tornado watch that was just issued and has just come in here. Does include Des Moines and Polk County, but also includes locations to the southwest and then everything to the east of those points. And you notice that also it overlaps a couple of counties that were under the severe thunderstorm watch. And this tornado watch is going to be in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. So still a little bit of a ways for us to go as far as continuing to watch all of this activity. And as far as any specifics here, I am curious just what Storm Prediction Center is watching for. A couple tornadoes possible, scattered large hail, and isolated hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter, which would be tennis ball sized hail. Already had a storm actually produce that earlier on today. This was early in the afternoon. And then potential wind gusts with some of these storms, upwards of 70 miles per hour. So again, if you're just tuning in here, brand new tornado watch includes Polk County and Des Moines, but it includes also points to the southwest and then everything shaded in yellow here to the east as we continue to watch storms developing kind of on this northwest portion of this line of the tornado watch. And everything's going to be shifting to the east and the southeast as we head throughout this evening. This will be in place until 9 o'clock tonight. And let's get a quick update and check. They did extend out another severe thunderstorm warning here. So let's go ahead and get some information for you on this. This is the storm that likely dropped some hail into Maxwell that continues to move off to the east, including parts of Jasper, Marshall, and Story counties. So this is where that hail is likely coming down right here. I'll get a track on this as well. Also watching for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail size up to 1.5 inches in diameter, which is, I believe that's up towards, that's ping pong ball size.
Yeah,
right?
that is the ping pong.
Yeah, ping pong hail possible with this storm. So with that in mind, let's see what radar's got. Definitely an uptick from the last time that we looked at this signature here. So right here in the blue, that's where we've got the largest hail coming down. Let's get a size on it here. So up towards that 1.5 inches, 1.3 inches being picked up, and likely I've seen just a bit of an uptick as this continues moving this direction. And so we're going to continue to watch this, probably passing over Highway 65 here as we speak, just given the little bit of delay with the radar scans. So with us having that size there, let's put a track on this storm, let you know who is coming up next in line.
I think I just saw east at 25.
Oh, it's a slow mover.
Yeah, east at 25.
Yeah, storm motion a little bit earlier on today was quicker than what this one's moving at right now. So keep in mind it will take a little bit for this storm to arrive in some of these locations. And this is the track that I've put on here. This is the track for hail. We're looking at roads by the time we get to 401. So got a little bit of time before that arrives. And then Melbourne as well. Going to continue to be in the path of this particular storm and where the hail is currently coming down, which is right around Collins right now. And this potential for upwards of ping pong sized hail. In fact, our separate kind of radar software, its algorithm is picking up on potentially 2 to 2.5 inch hail with this. So definitely an uptick as far as the hail signature with this storm, and one that we need to continue to track and keep an eye on. Again, this is crossing over Highway 65 around Collins as we speak and continues to move to the east and will eventually move very close to Iowa Highway 330 here, heading up towards Melbourne. But roads kind of under and going to be under this hail actually not too long from now.
Yeah. All right, Joe. I have the volume scan up here on screen. I've backed it up to when this one was over Huxley. That hail fell out and built right back up. Here's the latest scan. I think it's starting to fall once again after being a robust buildup just before arriving into Maxwell, or right over Maxwell, I should say. And we're likely looking at it starting to fall here again soon. So pretty robust signal being given on our other radar software here, coming in closer to tennis ball sized hails, the estimation. Easily our most robust, and you can clearly see a hook associated with this storm. Joe, I'll let you talk about that here in a second if you stay on that. And so as I mentioned, it built up, falling again, right? So here's the hail size falling again as this is over now Collins. I'll go ahead and sample this. This is going to be larger than an inch. 1.2 as I kind of look and kind of poke around in different sectors of this blue. 1.3 is what is being hinted at or was prior. I think we're building back up again here shortly. The storm has been very pulsing, and so heads up there as this one moves into southern Marshall County. Right now, extreme southeastern Story County is where this one is at. Joe, let's talk about that rotation with the storm, if there is any.
Yeah, and I think at least as of right now, you notice a kind of a mixed bag of some of the duller colors and a couple of different bright spots. But given where we're seeing a little bit of this kind of a hook starting to develop with this storm, the kind of the best area, or the area that likely has more of that kind of rotation, is just to the northwest of Baxter here. And that's where we're seeing a little bit of the hooking action of this storm, but very, very cluttered and a little bit of a messy look at the velocity at this point in time. But certainly worth keeping an eye on, because if we continue to see this hook become a little bit more pronounced, then we may be starting to get a little bit more concerned. So for now, just keeping a close eye on this. The hail is still the primary threat with this particular storm, and is crossing, and that hail going to be moving over Iowa Highway 330. And probably, if you're in Rhodes, you're probably getting that hail right now as we speak, maybe even a little bit to the east of Rhodes. And if you're in Melbourne, this is coming your way, the hail specifically, but certainly continuing to watch the rotation within this storm, because it is something that has become just slightly more pronounced over the past couple of radar scans. So something for us to keep an eye on for sure. Let's get a look at this this storm. So you can actually already, you kind of see what I was talking about with a little bit of that hooking action, kind of right through here. But the hail is a little bit off to the northwest of where that little bit of a hook is. So continuing to see this move pretty much almost straight east, a little bit of a northeasterly movement to go along with this as well. So let's get...
Man, Joe, and just to jump in
Yeah.
on here, there's very little rotation with this thing as I'm seeing it, but there is a well-pronounced hook. I am watching the feed just off camera here, and there is a lowering, but off in the distance, very difficult to see if it is actually rotating around a little bit. But right at Highway 330, Joe, I think we have a cam very close by in this area. Go ahead and check and see if we do.
Yeah, let's see. Do it. I know we have them along Highway 30.
Yeah, go ahead and look at that. I'm working to get my stream back up here. Apologies to those who were watching on that one. It went by the wayside for some reason. So I'm back now, and we're tracking this storm over Marshall County, it seems. It does now say observed for the threats here. So just checking to see. They think the storm is beginning to split. I'm not quite seeing that. I don't know if I quite buy that. But if it does, we'd have to watch those two sectors of that storm very closely. The left one typically deviates and becomes more hail-oriented. The right one would be more at risk for a tornado risk. But at this point, the velocity signal I'm not sold on it in that key area. So
It's very, yeah, I mean...
Very beautiful definition here. And we have a nice beaver tail hanging off the back side of it, of that storm. So...
Yeah, can't find a camera that gives a good view south of Highway 30.
Okay. All right, well...
I'll keep double checking a few of these just in case I missed anything, but...
You know what, Joe, I don't think that one is actually in the one I'm thinking of, so you may actually have to hardwire it. I'll just go ahead and do that and see. I know which one I have in mind, so let me just find it here real quick. Let's see what I can do. You see the latest update of the scan of that radar coming in, and still pronounced hook coming around here. By golly, I can't find it now that I'm put under pressure to find it. Oh, it's back near Mingo. This would be behind it, but I'll show it anyways. not really too much to show, but this was the camera I had in question, and it's back behind by Mingo here, so right up there at Highway 330. So it'd be trailing it, not much to see there, but this is really the only storm right now of huge interest. If you see me continuing to look off, I'm checking out chaser feeds. We have Willard Sharp that is on this storm. I'll take it if need be, but no sign of any huge lowering associated with that. Let me go to the velocity picture here. Still a decent little hail signature associated with that. So with the velocity, we'd be looking up here north of Baxter. This scan is a lot better than it was just a few minutes ago, but there is some contamination to it. But right here would be the general area to watch. And there's the update of some parsing to the data.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nice little hook structure.
Yeah, that makes sense given where we're kind of seeing that hook. Latest data with the hail still coming in with 1.3 inches shown by our radar. With the radar software that we also look at, algorithm coming in at around 2 inches.
Joe, report of hail 1 inch in Collins. That's the latest report.
So quarters in Collins, essentially.
I like how that kind of rolled off the tongue.
I know, right? Quarters in Collins. Given just a slight little delay here, this hail is likely already passed over Iowa Highway 330, right just to the south of Melbourne, or right around the Melbourne area. So going to continue tracking this hail to the east as this storm does continue chugging along, and also keeping an eye on the little bit of this hook that you see right here. Keeping an eye on that hasn't been something that we are overly concerned with at this point in time. Just want to get a quick look and make sure.
I think there's storms in southern Iowa, Joe. I'm going to take over here and talk just a little bit. Looking down south of Creston, we're going to be watching for our next warning, I think, to be issued. We're kind of on that teetering point there when it comes to the hail signature that I'm seeing. Why don't I go ahead and scan that one for you too and see how this is going with the volume scan. It takes just a second for the data to pop in. I'm going to draw it a little bit bigger because these storms are moving to the north and east. And notice it really did blossom up quickly. The area of interest in really just 2 scans, it went from nothing to pulsing up. So it is kind of pulse-like. We'll see if it can pulse strong enough. It's not an organized supercell or anything like that, but that's where I'm currently tracking for that best hail to be in place right now. So as I back things out, still just the one warning, but tracking down there towards Union County, I think there's a healthy cell there in the southern part of the county with some hail parameters that are jumping upwards now just a little bit. Not huge, I think still sub-severe, but we're not far off, 0.8. Once we start to get to that cyan, the blue color, on the legend, that's our tipping point to being severe, and then we continue to climb the ladder. 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, and then you get up to that. The size of hail where it starts garnering some different nicknames, let's just say, that are very buzzwordy. So heads up for some small hail in southern Union County. Looks like a little bit pulsing by Greenfield as well. And
got a report of some peas coming down in Waukee.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not too concerned with that, but something to watch. And while I have this up, the hail size now being denoted near roads, 1.6 inches just off screen. Gosh, I'm looking at 2.39 inches. It's just insane. Nice little beaver tail off this storm up here as well. That'd be the area where the inflow is rushing in. It kind of condenses out a cloud behind it just a little bit, trailing. And that is an association with this hook feature.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't have a like a great view of it, whether it be a traffic cam or I know we've got chasers out there that maybe are near this storm. Regardless,
Yeah, we do, Joe. I'm watching the stream, but I don't want to take it unless it's concerning
right,
to come to
really
the ground.
showing something.
Yeah.
Getting another check of the velocity here. Keeping a close eye on this. I want to see if this looks any better. No. So let's keep it right here. So still got a little bit of this this action going on right through here, just a little bit to the northeast of Baxter. Worth continuing to kind of check up on, but nothing that we are overly concerned with at this time. Still, the main threat with this storm is going to be that hail, and as Chris just showed, that hail is continuing to show signs that it's got some size to it. So if you are anywhere along Highway 330, latest scan just came in, just a slight drop in that, but still upwards of ping pong ball sized hail, still possible with this, and also a chance at seeing some strong wind gusts too. Some of that wind might be having a hard time reaching all the way down to the surface, but the potential up to 60-mile-per-hour winds is there, and this warning will continue. Severe thunderstorm warning will continue through 4:30 for parts of Jasper, Marshall, and Story counties, as this storm is currently the strongest that we've got out there at this time. But we're still watching multiple different clusters and multiple different cells that are off to the south and west of this area too.
And that's where we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in place. And yeah, we called it that next one in line. Warn for up to $50 sized hail. That's 1.25 inches and 60-mile-per-hour wind. I haven't seen too much concerning on the wind side of things at this juncture, but certainly that hail core in there that we we're kind of talking about looks like it's building up something a little bit stronger now. So with this latest slice of data, it's given us in our hail algorithm, we are climbing above that 1-inch threshold, which is severe in a couple of pulses, and that matches very closely to not only the warning, but what I'm looking at here just off screen as well. So a good sample on this storm as it moves to the north and to the east. Why don't we go ahead and throw a track on it? So this storm is moving north and east at 45 miles per hour. We're going to have to do a lot of changing to our tracking tool today. And I would put that hail core, at least the leading edge here, just to the west of Arisp, and moving to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. Afton, next in line to see this one, 411. 424 in Lowermore, East Peru, 437, St. Charles, 447. That starts to get outside the scope of the warning. And then Martinsdale, that's in about an hour at 456. So kind of pulse-like. We'll see if this one can hold. These storms should be rooted at the surface, so these ones in southern Iowa. So they'd be more of a player one to watch when it comes to some more enhanced threats overall as we continue to track it. Still over southern Marshall, we have that other robust cell as well that has a history of producing confirmed 1-inch diameter hail. Back near Colo, and that's about it that I've seen for reports from this cell. But we're still looking at some pretty decent indication right near Melbourne that there is some hail falling to the ground, and it may be considerably large with this as well. The warning officially for ping pong ball sized, and we'll just go over to hail here and see what it's indicating. Go ahead and sample this dark blue, and as that pops up, 1.3. We've seen it a little bit stronger here, 1.5 there, as that one rolls into town. So still watching things closely as they develop. Joe, I will be fully honest and say that I'm not sold on the tornado risk today. Not to say it won't happen, obviously, but I'm definitely not sold on the tornado risk as well. Is up to the level to which we saw it, say, the last couple of days. And just before I get to you, I want to show you the trail of those hail tracks, how it built up there near Collins and Rhodes, and I believe we still have some large hail aloft. Joe?
Yeah, and just want to give an update for those that are northeast of Greenfield. Arbor Hill here, likely starting to see some hail approaching quarter size. Not quite to that size, but there is some hail coming down with that particular cell. But still keeping a close eye, close track. Want to check the velocity just on the offhand. Nothing that stands out. All kind of a wind going the same direction, and so nothing that would be of concern there. So still got that hail threat. But something that I do want to also get a look at here is the visible satellite to see if we've got anything else that's a little bit interesting. Again, you notice a little bit of a couple different spots that have had a little bit more kind of activity as far as upward motion that you can see with some of the clouds, and it's those two currently still strengthening storms. This far southerly one is warned at this time, and then the one that is a little bit to the northeast of Greenfield also showing that. I also want to take a look at the storm that is the strongest at this point in time.
There's some indication, Joe, that maybe it's trying to split, that it says the National Weather Service, but I'm not quite seeing that, at least on radar. I mean, there is a small northern component to it that overall, is a little bit brighter, but I'm not seeing a split transpire. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would make it interesting, wouldn't it? If we were to see that, and I agree. Not so much seeing that.
I guess
that
what I'm
there.
saying is it's not fully occurring.
Yeah, not to say that it can't happen, of course, as it moves east, but so want to just get another look at things down here off to the southwest. So Afton starting to probably pick up on maybe see some of those hailstones kind of coming on down, and that storm continues to show the potential for quarter-sized hail, so a little bit of a weaker signature. So coming back to this one that has been the strongest to this point. Hail, the latest data that's coming in here. Let's see. So still fairly significant. You see that this dark blob of blue here, 1.5 inch hail. So still ping pong ball size, being picked up by radar with this storm. And I don't see or haven't seen any latest reports coming in out of that storm. So
No, it's been pretty quiet.
yeah, so we'll wait and see if any reports come in. Of course, if you are located in that area and are tuning in and joining us right now, we would love to have any reports. Of course, do it safely. Your safety is number one priority when it comes to getting any reports out to any entity, whether it be us or the National Weather Service, whoever. Safety is always number one. Let's get a track on this and give you an idea with the hail here, kind of who's coming up next in line. So we've got Van Cleve coming in at pretty much immediately. If you're in Van Cleve, it's happening right now. Ferguson, Pickering, all next in line here as well. We're going to continue to see the storm moving off to the east, and wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see this have the potential of producing ping pong ball sized hail. That's been pretty consistent via radar over the past 15-20 minutes, and this has continued to keep its strength for the most part. And still watching a little bit of that hooking action, but just it's not anything. And in fact, just to get another look, a a little bit closer to down towards Laurel and right along kind of Highway 14 here. That's about it. Nothing that is jumping off the page.
Yeah, but even still, I mean, that's going to be outflow kind of
Right.
induced. That's well out ahead of the storm. So
Nothing super concerning. Chris, just something I'm noticing right now. We're starting to get a little bit of an uptick. Of course, it's starting to get pretty close to the radar site in Johnston at the National Weather Service office. But just a little bit of an uptick south of Grimes here, so it's starting to approach Highway 141 and kind of that bend of 3580. And so maybe some more hail kind of coming down in that area. Nothing that is...
yeah, let me take over here real quick, Joe.
Yeah.
As I do actually have the hail plotted. It is starting to, again, grow, as you mentioned. I'll just sample that quick. 0.6 is being noted, so we're getting up there, maybe something closer to dimes coming in as that one moves through Urbandale and is targeting more so kind of the northwest side of Johnston. There are going to be some cells pulsing up and arriving into the metro. Right now, nothing too severe. In fact, that severe thunderstorm warning down into Union County, also including Madison and Clark counties, actually Adair as well too. I'm not so sure that one is severe any longer. Just kind of checking out the details while you were last talking. There might be something a little bit in there as far as hail, but at this point I'm thinking this is sub-severe. I'll show you kind of the hail indicators, and it's definitely dropped back down 0.6. So that's on par with that cell that we just talked about up into the metro. Again, this stuff just kind of happens, right? Storms, they pulse up and down and up and down. It doesn't necessarily mean that that threat is constant through the entire time. And I tell you, you would get sick and tired of us talking about a severe thunderstorm warning being issued and then canceled, issued and then canceled. So that's why we see it just continue to keep going through duration, even in times where there might be a little bit of a lull in the action. Afton, down west of Arisp, that is likely, if there is going to be hail in there, that's where you'll be seeing it. So it is severe thunderstorm warned. I don't want to discount that, but again, just kind of calling it as we're seeing it on the radar picture. That warning lasts until 4:45 and then up into Marshall County. Still one heck of a hook on this thing, but virtually...
so interesting.
But there's been virtually no wind associated with it. Nothing significant, that is, with this one as we've been watching it. But one heck of a hook up in there. Let's go ahead and show you that wind and what we're always looking at. So just cycling back through so I can get my bearings. Yeah, in that sector kind of southwest of Haverhill, there is some broad circulation associated with the storm, but that is not strong by any stretch of the imagination. Just going to take it off storm relative and see. Yeah, it's very downdrafty at this point. That's what I'm saying. Joe, what's you showing me?
Yeah, I was just checking out the camera at Highway 30, and I'll pull it back up here at Marshalltown. It is not a live or a video camera.
Still image.
Yeah, it's a still image, but especially over the next little bit here as the storm progresses, this might actually start to, at least the latest image that will come in, show just what that storm was kind of trying to do or doing near the Marshalltown area along Highway 30. But something that I just want to mention as well is, we're starting to get into the kind of the early part of the evening commute. And so, no matter where you may be located throughout central Iowa, through the Des Moines Metro too, as some of these storms are kind of starting to move through, just be safe with that heavy rain coming down, especially on the interstates, main highways. A lot of that spray coming up from all the other vehicles on the road can make visibility just a little bit tough at times. And so just something I wanted to throw out there. Just be sure you're staying safe through these heavy pockets of rain. So even though there might not be any hail specifically coming down with a few of these, the heavy rain certainly is coming down. Not sure exactly how heavy, but I would assume that these are likely downpours that are kind of happening here. So just getting a scope of things, the structure of this storm as it nears, it's just south of Marshalltown, and oh my, that's a great camera shot.
Yeah, this is downtown looking towards the cells moving north of the metro and towards that storm, towards Marshalltown. Yeah, Joe, it just bring it up because there's something a little bit different. We can't quite get a shot on that Johnston or Urbandale storm at the moment, so I was just kind of going through on those cameras and taking a look. But yeah, why don't we pull up some DOT cams? You go ahead and chat, and I'll pull up a DOT cam and just jump in and take over.
Yeah, sounds good to me. So checking back in on this storm that has been the most consistent and the hail producer up to this point in time.
Okay, Joe.
You got it?
Yeah, let me pull it up here real quick. Pardon me. Well, I'll get my bearings. This is 3580 at 100th. Very clearly, there's something happening here. Very slow movement. I'm going to go over to 86, as I believe that's the way to where that slowdown is. Maybe not. Let's go the other way towards 141. And what do we got? Nothing there. But something happened here at 3580. I wonder, did we get some folks to stop under and
Oh, I hope not.
I hope not.
Oh, I hope not.
But this would be right where that storm, is right now. So
if you're tuning in, please don't ever do that.
yeah, it's not a good thing to do. It looks like it might be picking up just a little bit, Joe. Can you zoom in to that area?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right around the Ryder corner there, and that heaviest return that we're seeing is right where we're seeing the slowdown. And I'll go back to it so you can see there's a semi right there in the middle that is stopped. And usually when traffic stops, it's kind of an indication, hey, something has been happening here to get folks to slow down. And my guess is that would be hail. So heads up there, closer to getting into Ankeny. I think we're going to be having some rain and some small hail coming in. I'm not necessarily saying it's severe, but something happens. Still, you're driving 70 mile an hour through there on 3580, and that starts to get some folks a little anxious when you start running into hailstones, and it'll slow you down real quick.
Well, it's scary hearing those hit the windshield.
Yeah, absolutely. At that speed, it certainly will. So, Joe, you were talking about that storm up from Marshalltown over to Tama, weren't you, right before I took over there? Why don't you continue on that warning?
Yeah, just another check of this one. And also, my wife and I live in Johnston, and so I actually just texted her. She just texted back. No hail as far as where my wife and I are located in Johnston, but she did say the rain is coming down at a pretty crazy clip. So just a little update there from my wife in Johnston. So going to continue to watch this particular severe thunderstorm warning and want to give you just another look and reminder of how long this warning is going to continue to be in place. This is until 5 o'clock, includes Marshall and Tama counties. Continuing to watch for kind of just south of Highway 30 here, south of Marshalltown, a little bit of this hail. And I want to see with some of the latest data that's been coming in, I want to see what we're picking up on here. So still picking up on decent hail with this storm. So do keep that in mind if you are, anywhere kind of along just over quarter size with this area kind of in this darker blue here, just south of Highway 30. And this continues to move to the east and a little bit northeast. So just a rough situation if you're around LeGrand or if you know anyone this is part of a Highway 30 that they take on their route home, hail might be something that they run into as this core continues to move just slightly northeast, and I think it's more of an easterly movement. And in fact, let's just take it back a little bit. It's just really, it's kind of been more of a pulse upward over the past couple of scans. So let me get a little bit better view, a little bit wider view of this here. So you saw that it really started to pulse down once it got past Highway 330, and then just recently it started to pulse back up and start to extend a little bit towards that Highway 30 and a little bit closer to LeGrand. So just keep in mind that this storm is still severe and still clearly very, very strong. And just because there's been very subtle and just very little sign of rotation, still seeing a little bit of that. Nothing that is compact and super pronounced, but it'd be right around the Ferguson area here. And this is going to continue moving to the east as well, along with the hail that is located just a little bit farther north of where this rotation and this little bit of rotation is occurring. So continuing to keep our eyes close on that. Latest velocity scan kind of took away that rotation, as you just saw before, moving back to radar here. So we'll continue to watch this storm moving to the east towards Toledo and moving across the county line and into Tama County from Marshall County. That'll be happening within the next 15-20 minutes. And zooming out, still got the warning, but as Chris, you talked about a little bit ago, not seeing near as strong of a pulse with that one that's kind of riding right along Highway 169.
That's right, and I have it up here with the hail. In fact, the storm that is up closer to Winterset looks more impressive at this point. I don't believe this storm is severe right now near Afton. I just don't. We're sub-severe, some smaller level hail. One thing to watch, and I hadn't seen it until I just jumped over to this, is between Maxburg and Winterset. Our radar software is saying something over an inch of hail there. So as we take a look at this one, let me see. It's just starting to pulse up. It's not going to be very favorable to sustain itself with that cold pool of rain starting to interrupt with its inflow, but something that we will continue to watch. The one I think is still severe, pardon me, is over there between Marshalltown and LeGrand. I am going to pull up West Des Moines SkyTracker 5. So this is looking down into the incoming cluster of storms. Can't really draw too much as far as those storms. They're just too far away. Can't see storm structure really with anything. This is all kind of the blow-off running out ahead of it towards us in that camera. Yeah, we're continuing to watch this one closely. I'll pop up Knoxville here as we look back down towards the Des Moines Metro. Longer ways away from Knoxville on this one, but you can see those storms building off into the distance. So, as it sits right now, just the one severe thunderstorm warning I think I'm concerned with at this point, and that's near Marshalltown. And I still think we're looking at some hail here. The warning is for 1 inch in diameter, and it looks like we'll rise a little bit above that out of this south of Marshalltown. So 1.3 inches being hinted at there as it gets going. A bit of some hail being noted over Johnston right now, but again, kind of sub-severe. They'll be difficult to get this hail size significantly up as we're just so dang close to the radar picture. You just can't accurately sample that. Right. Basically, the storm shoots way up above above what the radar beam can even see. Sorry, it's been up on you, Joe, the entire time. I did not mean to do that. All right, back up on me. So I've been talking displaying all my stuff without, being
Oh.
able to show you anything. So apologies for that, but
Chris, check your phone. My wife sent me. She's got a handful of pea-sized hail in Johnston.
okay. Why don't you get it posted on your social, and then that'll be easier for me to pull it into the system. And so a lot of it, what was it?
Looks like a lot of pea-sized hail covering a good portion of the ground.
Okay.
Good
So-
portion of the sidewalk.
So a lot of small hail. That's
Small
good.
hail,
We can
yes.
handle a lot of hail as long as it's small.
Yes.
So down towards Madison and now Warren County, that cell that I talked about west of Winterset now garners the warning. We'll see if it can sustain itself. This one looks like it's moving to the east. And it's moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. I'm not sure it will continue to last, but we'll go ahead and track it that direction. I'm close enough. We'll let it go. Here, Winterset by 431, 450 in Martinsdale, 502 in Indianola, Carlisle at 510, and Ford. Apologies, I've not heard of Ford before at 516, but that's well off in the distance. The hail parameter, hail size is coming back as something even larger now. So I think we have that hail that is rising through the atmosphere, being held up, growing larger, 1.8 inches in diameter now being noted. So heads up, Winterset. This one is headed quasi your way, maybe just a little bit south of town, but don't get complacent with that. You start getting up to that 1.8, and that can start to do some significant damage if it is achieved. So pulses of hail, that has been the story really so far today. Pardon me, that is not right at all. 1 second here. 3D hail. That's what I wanted, not the full scan. Let me reslice that for you, and we'll get a look at how this one is going. Okay, so pretty tall core at the moment. I'll back it up. And it shoots up, now being held up. It'll be interesting to see what that next one does. And that's the severe thunderstorm warning, the latest one that has been issued. And some pretty decent hail sizes being indicated here on our software. So heads up for that. In fact, just off screen it's suggesting even something bigger, 2.5 inches. So heads up, Winterset. That's going to be coming your way here in a matter of moments. It looks like that's going to be the concern.
Very similar for the storm moving into LeGrand as well.
All right, go ahead there, Joe.
Yeah, very, very similar to that storm that Chris was taking a look at and keeping a close eye on. This is the storm that has just continued chugging along and showing its strength. This hail is unfortunately right along Highway 30 here, moving towards LeGrand. If you're in LeGrand, you're going to start hearing that hail and start having that come down pretty soon here. And given that some of these hailstones, ping pong ball sized, just, not a bad idea to move into an interior part of your home, or if you're still at work, into your workplace. If you're wanting to head home shortly and you're around LeGrand, just maybe give it a moment before you start heading home. I certainly wouldn't want to be caught out in this hail here. And so we want to keep tracking that storm that's moving towards and into Winterset. But real quickly here, going to get a track on this as it continues off to the east. So we're looking at LeGrand again very, very soon here, if not as we speak, moving into LeGrand. And then, and please forgive me, Meskwaki, pretty sure that's how it's pronounced, the Meskwaki Indian Settlement. That is going to be at around 4:45, and then eventually towards Toledo by 4:53. So continuing to have hail be the primary threat with this particular storm, and we will continue keeping a close eye on it for you.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. You've been talking about that storm up there into Marshall and Tama counties, down into kind of the southwestern side of the metro. That's where things have transitioned from that storm that was previously over kind of the Afton area. That's gone away, and lately the signal has been for some larger hail approaching the Winterset area. Still seeing that to be true. Some indications that we have some large hail there just southwest of town. This data is the same as the last I showed you. Just to the southwest of town, we're approaching 2 inches in diameter, says our hail. So let's jump to current. And that one pulsed up quickly. There's not much for a track to be had, but those are the previous scans. This is the current one, about 2 inches coming into Winterset. So heads up in Winterset. Let me see here. We've had a lot of hail earlier in the day. Haven't heard of too much as of recent, but we also haven't really had the chance to go digging for it as well. I'll show you, just one of the images that I do have. This is from much earlier in the day. And you notice on that van there, the opening, they didn't leave their sunroof open. That was crashed out by hail. All this hail on the ground. This is up near Dunlap. Earlier today. So significant hail has been kind of the talking point for the day, and continues to hold. We have some reports coming in from Ankeny, thanks to Cassie and Ron, saying some hail is there. Ron saying some pea-sized hail for about 3 minutes, and that's going to be close to city center there. Lots of small hail being indicated on the radar picture. As for the rest of the Des Moines metro, let me pull back up the radar. Nothing imminent to the Des Moines metro. Perhaps still some of that small hail targeting the Ankeny area. Just towards the DeSoto area, looks like maybe another cell trying to pulse upwards there as well. But not warned at the moment. There is also another cell here just west of Carroll that's pulsed up. This does have some observed markings saying, hey, there's some hail with this one, and there is. Near Buck Grove, that got hit earlier today. 1 inch diameter hail being reported there.
That's the same location.
Same location. Joe, I'm going to hand off to you. I need to communicate with the newsroom here real quick.
Yeah, no problem. So, oh gosh, those of you that are kind of under a little bit more of that hail once again.
Okay.
So just also a latest report that's come in from LeGrand.
Yeah, 1 inch diameter.
Yep.
Seeing that.
1 inch diameter. So quarter size hail that was coming down in LeGrand. So radar just slightly maybe overestimating the size of the hail, which is certainly not a bad thing by any stretch, but quarter size hail will continue to be possible as this storm moves kind of right along Highway 30 here, and just a little bit, extending a little bit to the north and south, eventually moving towards Toledo, which reaching Toledo in about 10 to 15 minutes at most. So just a heads up in regards to that one.
I am looking here east of Tingley, so this is going to be down south, Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union counties. Right now the threat is really over Ringgold and Union, pushing its way to the east and north and east with time. And this one is warned for ping pong ball sized hail moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Also the wind, but I'll tell you, we just haven't seen significant wind reports coming in. So that's why we've mostly been focusing in on the hail alone with this one. From that hail core pushing to the north and east, more easterly than northerly. This one is going to be in Grand River shortly, passing maybe just north of town by 438 Van Wert, 451 as that one approaches I-35. Then kind of skirting by outside of the warned area towards Humiston. This would be near you at 514, Lucas at 521, Sheraton at 5 32, way off into the distance. So we have a handful of warnings now into the local area. 3 storms that we're especially tracking at the moment, with the one that's looking the most robust right now over Tama County, Joe.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm just checking on here, especially with some of the newer warned storms in southern Iowa, is checking on some broad rotation, very broad at the moment. Nothing that is compact or strong, but something that we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on, because especially across south central and southeastern Iowa, as we head throughout the evening, that's more than likely going to be locations that we have to watch for a little bit more of the rotation type action. So let's get another check of that storm that's up into Tama County here. Still continuing to see hail production being the primary threat with this one, and going to continue see this moving to the east. And with it, let's see the latest as far as the hail is concerned. So this kind of darker shade of blue here, there's a little blob of this darkest blue that you can hardly see, because the town of LeGrand is kind of right over the top of that little blue blob. So hail size 1.3 inches. This is just barely larger than $half sized hail. That's what radar's been picking up on as far as the largest. And we did, if you missed it, did just recently have a report of hail that was 1 inch in diameter, so quarter size, coming down in LeGrand. So let's get a track on just with this hail, especially moving right along Highway 30 here. I'm going to continue to watch this.
Hey, Joe, can you come on over here and start driving? I need to get prepped for show, but I don't want to leave the stream up in the air. So I'm going to take a little bit of a side seat here while I make sure I have our linear platform set for show Local 5 at 5 o'clock. So Joe incoming over here, he's going to be driving the stream for you for the next 25 minutes or so.
Hello, everybody. So let's continue on taking a look at things here, and so you see the different pockets of hail producing cells. The one moving into Tama County, got the one now down here around Winterset near Grand River. So multiple different spots that are showing signs of producing some of that hail at this time. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at just regular radar here. So, and gosh, if you are over into Carroll County, I'm so sorry you've got more hail on the way. That storm earlier was really a major one. Some very large hail from that. So taking a closer look at this just a little bit to the east of Ankeny, just northeast of Bondurant, right into Highway 65 here. I want to see if that little spot has any hail with it. It does. Nothing that is huge. It's still under 1 inch in diameter. However, just with it getting into the evening commute, traffic picking up a little bit, the only thing I'll say is, if that hail's coming down, please don't park under an overpass. Just not a good idea to do that, especially with all the traffic picking up too. Just keep that in mind, as if you're heading home and you run into some of these pockets of hail. So in Tama County, if you are in Toledo and in Tama gonna likely pass just to your north, at least the strongest part of this storm, where the hail is being produced. But if you are in Toledo, hail is going to be moving in and coming your direction here shortly. Not going to be too much longer. Give you an idea, by 4:45. So, probably another couple minutes. Some of that hail might be coming down. Just know that is on the way. And still, the storm has the potential to produce some of that quarter-sized hail and maybe a couple of isolated hailstones a little bit larger than that. Now, this little area, just north of Bondurant, passing over Highway 65, that's pulsed up in the latest scan a little bit. Have to continue watching that. And then it looks as though I want to take this back ever so slightly. So let's take a look at the hail here with this. So still just to the north of Winterset, this is now east of Highway 169. And given the direction that this is all moving, right along Cumming Road is very windy, heading to the east, but getting up towards, probably a little bit south of Cumming for the town, if you are in Cumming. This hail is kind of starting to shift up towards that direction. Quarter-size hail is what radar is picking up on, and I do believe that is what the warning is for as well. Let's get a look at another storm farther south here. So a couple different pockets of hail showing up. This is for just north of Mount Air on Highway 169. Got 1.2 inches, so right around $50 size for both this particular area and also the area of hail that's being picked up by radar near Grand River. Also 1.2 inches, so right around that $50 sized hail. And is that rain I'm hearing at the station here?
It's raining.
Got some rain coming down here in West Des
You'll have
Moines.
to toggle my mic if I do any significant talking.
Gotcha. So new severe thunderstorm warning here, guys. This is the one that I was speaking of not too long ago, talking about how it was just pulsing up just north of Bondurant. Let's get some information on this one here for you. This is moving to the east at just 15 miles per hour. That is it. Very slow mover. And this is for quarter-size hail. That's the primary threat with this storm. So 15 miles per hour. Now, the area of this storm that is
2-inch hail in Tama.
2-inch hail in Tama.
Yep.
All right. So we'll come back to that one here shortly. So Tama, Toledo, 2-inch hail. That's significant. If you are anywhere around these locations, if you're in Gladstone, good idea to start heading into an interior part of your either workspace or home, wherever you may be located. Just get away from any glass to the outside, because 2-inch hail is significant. That is, trying to think off the top of my head, a little bit bigger than golf ball. I just can't remember the exact name of the 2-inch. Egg hail. Thank you. So egg-sized hail. Significant hail with this storm. I want to get a track on this this area that has produced this hail. So here are some of the locations next in line here. So again, Toledo, Tama, right now, happening right this instant. Gladstone, not too much longer here. You've got maybe a couple minutes before this starts to move into Gladstone if you're in Vining, or anywhere within this, heading east towards Iowa Highway 21. Start thinking about where you need to go as this storm nears you. This hail, 2-inch hail report in Tama. So the storm continues moving east through Tama County. Going to continue watching that one very, very closely. That's the most significant hail report that we've had since the very first storm got going. Earlier, it was kind of late morning through into the early afternoon. That is, that's the largest report that we've gotten from this more recent development. So this, if Highway 65, coming back to this storm here, Highway 65 between Bondurant and then north of where Highway 117 crosses and goes north of Mingo, if any of this portion of 65 is a part of your drive home, quarter-size hail is something that could be associated with this storm as it continues moving very, very slowly to the east and the northeast. It's just moving at around 15 miles per hour right now, and that is it. A very slow mover north of Bondurant right now that is producing some hail. So I want to give you a very wide scope of what's going on here. This whole line and cluster of severe warning storms, hail continuing to be the primary concern with each one of these. Let's get just a checkup on what kind of hail we may be seeing with this storm out of Winterset. So this still is riding right along Cumming Road, north of Patterson, north of Iowa Highway 92, right along Cumming Road, and heading towards Cumming. Just under an inch diameter hail, so nothing huge, but hail coming down nonetheless. Still some hail coming down north of Mount Ayr and north of Iowa Highway 2, up towards Tingley and Elson, a little bit south of there. Northwest of Grand River. We've got some hail coming down, possibly a little pocket of slightly larger, nope, that's just quarter size, but still quarter size hail, just to the north and west of Grand River. So that's kind of the latest in terms of hail being produced by some of these storms here. And continuing also to see some small hail being picked up by radar. Speaking of, I want to bring it back to radar. So coming into the Des Moines Metro, again, we're getting into the commute hours here. So a lot more traffic on the roadways. Some very small hail being picked up right through this corridor here. So, 35, 3580, Highway 6, just a little bit to the west of downtown Des Moines. Going to continue watching for some small pockets of hail. And then, even though it's not severe warning, I want to mention it just because of the increased commute traffic as we kind of move forward here. Latest report for the largest hail that we've had in a little bit of time is a 2-inch hail report out of Tama. So this continues to be the storm of the greatest concern. And there is that 2-inch hail report there. Gosh, it's happening right along Highway 32.
Right through town. Right through Toledo.
Yeah, right through Toledo. So, still, if you are in Toledo and points to the east, please move a little bit more to interior room, away from glass to the outside. Just don't want you to be anywhere near any sort of glass. Especially with a 2-inch hail report, and this is moving right through town, right through Toledo. So want to put a track on this for you here as well, just to give you an idea of what we are thinking. Nothing's showing up within the track as far as towns, but I know that you've got some rolling hills up this way, more farmland, I'm sure, as well. But especially with the rolling hills, not a good area, and just don't go outside to try and get a view of this storm, especially with hail of that size. 2-inch hail is significant. Not showing quite as large a hail now with the latest returns coming through, but this did still produce 2-inch hail in Toledo and in Tama County. So do want you to keep that in mind if you're in Tama County, east of Toledo. Continue to seek a little bit of an interior room, at least getting away from the glass to the outside. And if you have a garage and your car is parked outside, wouldn't be a bad idea to bring it in, just to protect your windshield, both your back and front. We've seen hail in different storms today cause some damage in that regard, and break through a couple of a windshield or two as far as vehicles. So I want to get another look here. It looks like this storm that is starting to get really, really close to I-35 south of Osceola here. This continues to show signs of producing hail, and sure enough, there it is, based on radar here. Let's get a look, quarter size, and right around there is kind of what we're looking at. Quarter size hail moving to the east towards I-35, all south of the Osceola area. And we will continue to track all these little pockets in here. Several different little pockets. It's very small hail, but driving home, going between 60 and 70 on 3580 through the city of Des Moines 235 as well. Going that fast, and even if it's small hail coming down, it still makes it a little bit of an anxious drive. So just slow down a little bit and be safe. Even if small hail's not being produced, likely very heavy rainfall coming down.
The hail have you covered this one, Polk and Jasper?
Did it drop off?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Yeah. Let's bring, I want to bring radar back here.
You can pull my mic back on too.
Gosh, that is,
Mic 3.
sorry, wrong one. There we go. Now I got you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bondurant has a little bit of a pulse too. That's just it. I mean, they're not sustaining themselves. That cell that was rip-roaring near Winterset,
Look at that one.
I mean, it's gone. I mean, the warning's done at 5, so 8 more minutes. But there's nothing severe in the area. A lot of rain over the Des Moines Metro right now.
Yeah.
A lot.
And, again, just reiterating that, we want you to be safe on your drive home from work today. A lot of, that spray coming up from driving on the interstate during the heavy rainfall can reduce visibility pretty rapidly. Just, keep that in mind. Just be safe on your drive home.
All right, Joe, we should probably get it looping because we got a show we got to do. We can't be doing both at the same time.
Yes. And loop with the L bar, correct?
Yep, always.
Always. Okay. We will get that going. We will, and you can get the latest updates from Chris on Local 5, News at 5, coming up here in just a little bit. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So we will put this on to Max 3 here, and if all of this activity continues, we'll jump right back on stream after Local 5 News at 5 and to rejoin you again. So be safe and tune into the show. Chris has got the latest updates for you, but
That Polk and Jasper County warning.
Yeah, and just
expired.
Gone. So we'll likely be speaking with you all again here, but we'll loop radar. how this kind of evolves. This is where we're seeing that crossing over Highway 69 right now. And it will continue on this this path of moving to the northeast. Just given the last couple of radar scans, this is kind of that path that we're looking at. A lot of farmland in here too. So if you know anyone that is anywhere to the southwest of Woodburn and any of this farmland in here, just shoot them a text, give them a call, make sure that they know that this is potentially coming their direction and that it's not a bad idea to start heading to your tornado safe spot.
All right, Joe, thank you very much for that synopsis on the scenario. This is really the only key player that we have at the moment. One other severe thunderstorm warned cell is exiting Tama County up into eastern Iowa. This is getting closer to Dysart with a hail threat up there. This one has a history of 2-inch hail out of the Toledo area, but near Cloutier right now, less sub-severe. So our focus remains on down to the south. Hail has been the big story today. We've seen several reports getting up there towards golf ball sized hail, even a few stones a little bit larger. We do have chasers out in the field. In fact, one on this storm. If anything gets particularly robust associated with it, we will continue to take that feed if it is warranted. But the rotation at this point appears to be pretty broad, Joe. Would you say that's the case with this?
Yeah, it's one of those situations that's still enough to kind of be concerned with it, but yes,
Yeah.
it's broadened out a little bit.
Okay, so we're always looking for bright and tight. So we're looking for the bright red and the bright green, and those come right up next to each other, almost kiss. So those kissing colors is what we are concerned with. Right now, I don't think we're going to see too much as we check out shear detection. We're just barely registering right there on the Clark County line there as this one moves to the east and slightly north of east past Van Wert. Continues to stay in your safe place there. Please, if you are towards Leroy, the Derby area, Lucas, Woodburn, you need to be seeking shelter. So as we track this, the rotation was a little bit more pronounced a couple of scans ago. We saw it tighten up ever so slightly. There is certainly a hook echo associated with this hanging down to the south along Highway 69 and some broad rotation. As we continue to track our storm chasers out there, they're not showing anything too significant at the moment. They're trying to get into a better position at this state, but we do have a couple of chasers down here on this, and we'll bring you their feed if we see a distinct lowering, anything of the sort. I don't like the looks of this at this point, and it's kind of deviated to the left, Joe, just a little bit, and that left mover typically means we're losing the tornado threat and associating more with a hail threat. What are you seeing?
Yeah, if we saw this take a very sharp right turn, it'd be very concerning. Not that this isn't concerning at this point in time, and really what just looking at the National Weather Service chat, what prompted the warning was they got a picture of a lowering wall cloud that seemed as though to be rotating, and so that rotation was showing up a little bit stronger on radar just a little bit ago. But as we take another look at the velocity, it still is present, and I'm going to circle it here for you just because it's not as easy to see where the strongest area of rotation is. It's right in here, and so not anything that is strong and very tight. And what we're looking for is just pretty much just a very tight location and a very small location where the rotation is strongest. Just not seeing it right now. Maybe looking at the storm relative gives me a better look. Not so much. So still want you, if you are in Smyrna, to be in your tornado safe space. If you are south of Woodburn, want you to be in your tornado safe space. Just play it safe over anything else. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, it's a great place to go. The best place to go is the basement in a tornado warning and any sort of tornado scenario.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. We have seen a lot of hail reports, not a lot of chatter on hail at the moment. I think probably the best hail core right now is associated with that storm that is currently tornado warned. Again, this lasts until 5:45. Still keeping an eye on feeds here down into southeastern Iowa. I just don't have anything too much of interest at the moment that I care to show you. So as they reposition, but there was, as you mentioned, that lowering that we saw via submission of reports to the National Weather Service, and that lowering wall cloud, if you will, prompted this warning. We did see that rotation on radar just before show, and poof, out pops that tornado warning. So as it sits right now, we're kind of watching this general vicinity. I'm going to cycle it back and forth between the velocity and the reflectivity, and you can get a sense. So yeah, it's kind of hanging down off the southern appendage there of this severe warned storm. But at this stage, it's not the best circulation that we've seen. I'll go ahead and sample this for you. And what we're looking at here is looking at 24 miles per hour velocity heading towards the radar site to the north, and 17 going outbound. So this is only about a 40 mile per hour rotational signature over the span of about 2 miles. So yeah, there is some rotation there. It is not that violent signature. We do have to keep in mind, however, that we are looking at this storm about 4,000 feet up. So there is an element underneath it that we're not quite seeing. 3/4 of a mile or so. It's not the widest gap that we've ever seen, right? You can lose a lot underneath that radar beam, but this is not a robust looking rotation, but it is certainly a rotation that is worth watching. And consider we have a lot of storms happening up around the Des Moines metro right now. We're not getting the best ability to get fast scans in here. That's one of the problems of having storms so close to the radar site. There is a little bit of activity heading out towards Pleasant Hill with some rain and some heavier downpours, perhaps a hail pocket up towards Newton right now, and a storm exiting Tama County out to the east closer towards Vinton and Cedar Rapids. So we're tracking this tornado warning right now. Southeastern Clark County is where we have things at, Joe.
Yeah, and just one quick check, starting to pick up on a little bit of hail north of New Virginia here, and this storm is tracking towards the Indianola area. Just wanted to give you a quick heads up that we're seeing a little bit of a pulse up of that, but the focus for sure is just continuing to be on this tornado warned storm. So let's put a little track on this here and continue to focus in on where that rotation has continued to show itself. So you can see it, nothing that is major, but it's still showing up. Still a little bit of that. You see a little bit of red in there, got the green. Where those come together, that's where that rotation is located. And as Chris mentioned too, could be a little bit of something hiding underneath that radar beam that is shooting pretty high up. But let's get a track on this rotation specifically.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've done that. Good thinking, Joe.
Yeah, let's get a track on that. 40 miles per hour, was it?
Yeah, 45.
45. Just want to make sure I've got my storm track right here. So putting this, continuing to move off to the east and the northeast a little bit. Here are some of those locations that are going to be next in line in terms of where exactly this storm is rotating. So if you are in Smyrna, this is 5 minutes from now. I'd want you to be in your tornado safe spot as we speak. And then last chance by 5:20, Lucas by 5:29, and then Whitebreast by the time we get towards 5:35. So again, just a little bit of time until we see this move off into this kind of eastern portion of this track that we've lined out here. But any location within this immediate area, as this continues to track, and eventually we'll start to approach Highway 34 here, just make sure that you are heading to your tornado safe spot. Again, this is an interior room of your home. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, that's the best place that you can go in this particular scenario. No confirmed tornado on the ground. I do want to make that point clear as well. No tornado on the ground, but it's just showing and continuing to show rotation strong enough that we need to keep a close eye on this. And we'll continue to watch for any sort of updates that come in with the next radar scans and continuing to track that rotation.
Joe, thank you very much. I have shear detection up here. This shows the rotational component that our radar is picking up just to the northwest of Leroy. This is going to be a good distance south of Woodburn. That would be the area we are tracking for the rotation. We may have a new scan in here. We do. And that is exactly where we do have that rotation being pegged on the shear detection. We have the green headed towards the radar picture and towards the radar site, and the red is going away. So here's the way the rotation is going there, the shearing action. We're looking for those bright greens and reds to come right up close to each other, and we're continuing to watch this area of rotation. Not the tightest we've ever seen. There definitely is some rotation in there. LCLs, and basically what I mean by that is the cloud bases, they're a little bit higher than they have been the last couple of days. So these storms are a little bit more elevated in nature. It means a bigger ground it has to cover to get something spinny all the way down to the ground. But nonetheless, we're tracking this circulation right now. Joe, I'm not too hot on the scenario. Now, I don't want to discount it here, but I at least like the way things have progressed since that initial scan that prompted the warning along with the report.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Just not a bad thing. Seeing that this rotation has, not been as tight as it was when this warning was first issued. We don't want to see a tornado come out of this, and if it keeps trending this way, doesn't look like we are going to get one. But something else that is kind of along with this storm that I do want to let you know about is hail coming down. Now, the hail sizes are nothing major and not the biggest that we've seen today, but still upwards of quarter-sized hail is going to be coming down with this storm and very close to the area that it is rotating at this point in time. So we will continue watching not just the hail size, because that has been a concern with all of these storms as we've kind of gone throughout the day and through the evening to this point. And I'm also watching for, we've been looking at velocity, but watching this little hook here on the southern edge of this storm. Now, not really pronounced, and it did look a little bit better, just a little bit more pronounced of a hook a short while ago, but latest scans coming in are not showing the same scenario. So we still have several different storms here. Just want to give a quick, kind of a wide view that even though there aren't a lot of warnings out here, there is still pockets of hail within some of these storms. Now, it is small hail, but we are running right through the commute, Chris, and driving through any sort of hail, whether it's peas or even just slightly bigger than that, still can make for a little bit of an anxious drive home.
Okay, so we're continuing to track this one for you very, very closely here. The latest data showing in is still the last one that we saw with me here on the velocity picture. Continue to seek shelter inside the red shaded polygon here. There's going to be a little bit of hail as that approaches the Lucas area through Stevens State Forest a little bit, but we're watching this southern appendage that's hanging out there out of the bottom. Joe, have you seen anything from the National Weather Service as of late on this storm? I'm not seeing anything.
No.
Okay, so this storm continues to push to the east and slightly north of east, I'd say at about 45 miles per hour. I'll back things up. You'll see the progression. This storm did take a little bit of a right-hand turn when that warning was issued. And when that happens, it bites the updraft a little bit. It increases that tornado risk. Then there was a couple of frames where it looked like that the core of that cell was moving more to the north, and that's where it would try to weaken just a little bit. I think we're watching for hail out of this as the kind of the primary issue as that one approaches Woodburn up to 1.5 inches. And then there's also a bit of lowering that we have eyes on right now. I'm watching this just off screen. We have eyes on. There is some general circulation that is happening overhead, and we're going to be watching that one for you as you take a look at the velocity signal here. So this is going to be south of Woodburn, closer to Leroy. That's where we have that general circulation. Joe, I'm going to let you take this. I'm going to see if we can pull up one of these streams.
Yeah. So still, as Chris was mentioning, still some of that rotation present, but it is pretty broad at this point in time, which is not a bad thing whatsoever. And it does look as though no major update to this tornado warning, but they did trim the backside of it, which makes total sense as this storm continues off to the east. So just to give a little bit of a recap here, including parts of Clark, Decatur, Lucas, and Wayne counties, tornado warning will remain in place through 5:45. So we still got about 25 minutes to go here with this, and we'll continue to track kind of this southern portion of the storm, which is where that rotation has been strongest and has been showing itself a little bit more over the past kind of 30 minutes or so since this storm did go tornado warn. Now, if you see just south of Woodburn here, this is where we've got some of that hail coming down. Quarter-size hail and maybe slightly larger up to $half size is possible with this storm to go along with the fact that the rotation does continue. Let's take a look at velocity again here and see if anything has tightened up at all. And it doesn't look as though there's a little bit, stronger wind kind of showing up south of Woodburn here, but it's still not a completely tight scenario.
Yeah, that'd be some thunderstorm wind that we'd be concerned with. Joe, we're just getting ready to take a stream, and then they started moving position. Once they get into position, we'll take that again. But I was just looking at the lowering associated with that. I do see a general lowering in the mezzo that is kind of spinning around on this, but no wall cloud at present, and certainly no funnel. So that's good news. We're keeping things up into the sky at present. So I just got a view of the latest velocity data just off screen. We'll see if it's in here in this system, and it is. I'm seeing a lot of convergence here, and that's going to lead to a stronger updraft and perhaps that hail, but this is not going to be a rotational component that is significant in my eyes right now. Is that what you're seeing at this point, Joe?
Yeah, I am seeing that, and so we may, as this storm continues on, given that updraft, we may see the hail threat become a little bit larger, but still watching, and in fact, latest hail data came in, and that is gorgeous.
Yeah, it is, and just showing this because we have it. We have that camera in downtown Rochester and that downtown Des Moines, and it's looking at that double rainbow that is going on just to the east, and you can get a sense there as we kind of pivot the camera around a little bit. Nice looking shot. Just wanted to show that for you as we see some storms exit the Des Moines area and push off to the east. So we have the velocity signal there down into southwestern Lucas County, heads up in Derby. We still have some shearing that's going on. I'm not seeing the best when it comes to the rotation. It'll be interesting to see where we go with this if we're going to continue all the way through the duration of this warning. Joe, I don't want to completely discount this, but I'm liking the way things are trending, at least when it comes to this storm at present. Not to say it can't re-strengthen. It still has a clear, unimpeded view for an updraft out ahead of it. So it has that air that's feeding into it from this direction. And so it could sustain itself. Heads up in Sheraton as this one starts drawing closer.
Yeah, and heads up as this continues tracking to the northeast.
There's that convergence that I was talking about.
Yeah,
the result of it.
Yeah, the hail the signature has definitely increased and popped just a little bit more. Now, this is still showing up as quarter-sized hail, so nothing that would be major or huge, but given that the last couple of scans have shown a bit of an uptick in the size of that hail and also showing a little bit larger of an area that hail may be dropping down, that is something that may become a concern. So as Chris mentioned, Not looking likely at this time. Of course, we can never rule it out that a tornado warning will be continued downstream. But while this tornado warning is here, still a good idea if you are anywhere out ahead of this storm, especially down on the southern edge of it, where, and as Chris mentioned, right near Derby, moving off to the east here, get into your tornado safe spot. Never a bad idea. Just let this storm pass. And getting another check of the velocity just to be sure here. It's looking more broad as time goes along. So some gusty, more general, or like severe like thunderstorm type wind. That's the type of wind that we're talking about here. Not so much looking at very tight rotation where we'd be concerned at, potentially a tornado trying to drop down at any point. Just taking a look off screen to get a look at the latest here. So, 1.5 inches, our radar software that we also keep an eye on is showing up to 1.5 inch diameter hail. So that may end up being where the tornado warning expires and maybe a severe thunderstorm warning gets issued a little bit downstream farther to the east and the northeast because of the hail that this storm is potentially producing, which it looks as though that hail north of Derby and then even a little bit of a signature here back towards Woodburn right along Highway 34. So getting into Lucas here within the next 5-10 minutes, probably a little bit of hail starting to be produced in maybe a couple of different spots where it's showing up within this storm. So, Chris, it absolutely is good news that we're seeing and thinking that the risk with this particular storm is moving towards hail coming down and not as much with continued dangerous looking rotation.
So there's a lot of headwinds going on there, those winds that are pushing right into each other. They're slightly offset at about 45 degrees or so. So there is still some of that shearing component there, but ideally we see that in one clear focus point if you're looking for a tornado risk, not ideally in the grand sense we want everyone to stay safe. This is a good thing if we want you to stay safe. Still tracking some of the streams. I haven't seen a latest look at that, but as soon as we get one, we will for sure go ahead and take one of those so we can get you a sense on how this is actually playing out real time. But all of our chasers, we have 4 of them in position right there. They are all repositioning at the moment to get into a better position. So storm relative velocity, the latest scan here, again, looking at the green headed towards the radar site, and this is in Des Moines. So if you're following these radials, there is a lot of headwind at them. Some slight offset there as you move kind of that angle, that opposing view past each other if you look at the gate to gate, but this is a pretty strong headwind right into it. And sometimes this can still spin around. That stronger air in pushes more into that outgoing wind, and that's when you start to see things spin up in front of you. So this is approaching Derby at the moment, and unfortunately we're getting only radar scans here about every 7 minutes or so, so we don't get a huge view, but we should be due for one shortly. As this one approaches Derby, I want you to be in your safe place, and there it is. So we do have a little bit of that now opposite shearing effect on some of this as we look at Derby right now. So those reds are going away, the greens are going towards the radar site. So heads up in Derby, please be in your safe place. One of the best places to be is in the basement, low level, into your room. That's going to be the best spot to be at the moment. So nice little kidney bean action going on with this one. That threat right now, I believe, is going to be near Derby. It looks like there was, I saw it on velocity, maybe a secondary little area to watch north of Derby, but not quite as pronounced. So maybe trying to spin up a new updraft in there too. And I'll tell you, that would make sense. It's closer to where we're finding the strongest part of the cell as far as rain and hail. Up near Lucas right now, that's where I'd say we're finding some hail in play at the moment. We'll go ahead and sample this as this is about a scan ago. This needs to update 1.2 inches in diameter. And currently we're warning for up to ping pong ball sized hail at the moment. I think that largest hail is centered just to the south of Lucas across Highway 65 right now and pushing to the east. So heads up in Sheraton. This one coming your way as well, moving to the north and east with time. And there's that updated scan. We'll go ahead and sample that up to 1.6. And this continues to move to the north and east. East-northeast is what I'll call this at about 45 miles per hour. So for the hail, the way things look, this one is pushing that direction, so that would pull it to Sheraton by about 540. Derby right now likely enduring that circulation overhead for this tornado-warned cell as it pushes to the east. Joe?
Yeah, just want to give a little bit of a heads up here. This storm that is severe, it's a severe thunderstorm warning in southern Iowa here, including parts of Decatur and Wayne County. They just took the tornado possible tag off of this one. However, just looking at the velocity, you know, there is just a little bit of a kind of a slight sign of some of that rotation within this cell. So something to continue monitoring right near, you see where it kind of comes together, right near Morgan here, south of Woodland, and this is moving also to the northeast. So eventually going to be crossing over Highway 65 and crossing over the county line and into Wayne County from Decatur County within the next little bit here. So no tornado warning on that one, but just something that I noticed and you know, kind of piqued my interest a little bit. And speaking of Chris, you picked up that at hail increasing in size.
Yeah.
Severe thunderstorm warning now in place.
That is correct, Joe. I'm going to have to take off the auto sampling here, and we'll bring up the details on that for you. Severe thunderstorm warning now in place until 6:15. This is radar indicated, and we're concerned with quarter-sized hail out of this. It's moving to the east, slightly north of east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So again, we'll give it another 10 minutes or so. This one will be in Sheraton with that larger hail being estimated. Fairly strong little core going up in that vicinity as we continue to track the south side of this one as well. It looks like we have two storms kind of bridging together just a little bit. I'll check and see if we have an update to the velocity picture. We do not at this point. About two areas that we've been watching have been near Derby and then a little bit further to the north, about halfway between Lucas and Derby on Highway 65 there. There's kind of a secondary little area that I would watch, but I believe the main source of circulation is down there towards Derby at the moment. Another newly issued severe thunderstorm warning, and Joe, you called this one. Again, I'll have to take off the auto query on this one and pull up the details on that. This is going to be in place for Decatur and Wayne counties until 6:15. This is primarily a hail-based threat. We're looking for quarter-sized hail coming out of this one. Wind looks to be sub-severe. So hail's been the big story so far this evening. We have this one tornado warning in the southeastern, southern part of the state, and anywhere to the west of this line. Really, your severe threat is going to be done here for the night. We just will not have the environment capable of sustaining thunderstorms. We'll be watching central, southern, and eastern Iowa from here on out. And I'll show you the energy that we have in place. Now, it is trying to build back up a little bit behind, but you can see very clearly over southeastern Iowa. That's where we have all the energy at the moment that is the source of fuel for these thunderstorms. Joe?
Yeah, just continuing to watch the velocity signatures here, and also keeping an eye on if the National Weather Service in Des Moines, sends any specific thoughts. But as you pointed out here, Chris, starting to see just kind of a couple little spots here, start to see a little bit of that rotation. Again, nothing that is telling us or making us concerned that this could drop a tornado at any moment in time. In fact, I would not be surprised if we do see that tornado warning be allowed to expire. But something else, just keeping a close eye on it, given that the last couple of scans have picked up on just a slight bit of the rotation there in southern Iowa.
Joe,
yes, Chris.
it has gone. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and wrap up our broadcast for Local 5 at 5. We should be getting into ABC World News coming up here shortly. We'll just wrap this up by saying we're tracking some hail with that cell that remains over Lucas County, but you're absolutely right, Joe. We just weren't seeing quite the rotational components needed to sustain a tornado warning. So that's been canceled early. That's good news. Severe thunderstorm warning over Lucas County right now, moving east at 40 miles per hour for hail. Also a second warning down towards Decatur and also Wayne County that's pushing to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour that we'll be keeping track on. In fact, we're not stopping with this coverage. We're going to keep it going over on We Are Iowa Plus, also social media, Facebook, YouTube. You can catch us on there as well. But head over to We Are Iowa Plus and continue to track these storms along with us. We'll get to world news right now. Thanks so much for joining us for our broadcast on Local 5. Stay safe, and we'll be bringing you updates if it's warranted. Okay, still on the stream with you folks. Darn it, I was working to get one of our chasers up, but they started repositioning themselves, and I think they're repositioning because, just not seeing much, and they had a chance to move away, get into a better position. We do have a couple of folks heading, kind of towards the Sheraton area right now. Recognize this territory very well. That's where I grew up. So seeing these chasers into some area I know, it kind of hits a little bit harder. Thankfully, I don't think there's an appreciable risk right now for a tornado. So you've been hearing from Joe. Say hi, Joe.
Hello, everyone.
There he is. And we've been tracking things here really all afternoon. Hail, and you heard it in that last little bit of broadcast. Hail has been the primary troublemaker for today, and that just hasn't changed at this point. So,
Hail signature is getting pretty big around Sheraton, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, let's go to it. Talk about it, Joe.
Let's take a little bit of a dive into this here. So, sampling the where the largest hail is currently showing up within this cell. One point, I'll bring it up a little higher so you can see it clear. And there we go.
1.8, getting up there.
Monitor's not splitting the hail size banner there, but yes, 1.8 inches. That's getting up there. That's a little bit more on that more concerning size of hail. Anytime you get close to 2-inch hail, it becomes very concerning. So one of those situations where as this continues, I'm going to put a track on the hail specifically here so that you have an idea of, and this storm motion looks like it's continuing to be off to the east and the northeast. So here are some of those locations next in line. If you're located within Sheraton, I would say that as this storm approaches, just be sure that you're getting away from any glass to the outdoors and any glass to the outside. If you have a garage that is free and you're parked outside right now, not a bad idea to bring your vehicle inside because we've seen hail of this similar size, just slightly bigger a little bit early on in this afternoon with a storm that did break a windshield of a vehicle. So here's who's next in line. Sheraton coming up next with the hail with this storm. And Russell may end up being just a little bit to the south of where the largest hail ends up falling. But Ole Miss definitely within this track here. So keep all this in mind. This is some pretty big hail showing up with this storm. We've seen that increase over the past couple of scans. So something that we will continue to keep a close eye on, along with any sort of rotation that this storm tries to show, which it's very stretched out. It's very broad, not anything tight. And I do want to get another quick check on the storm that is starting to approach Highway 65. Again, pretty elongated here, nothing that is super tight, but something that we will continue to monitor as these storms continue to progress off to the east and the northeast.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. We come over to my radar, and I have the 3D volume scan showed up on here. I'm going to back it up a little bit. We're going to let that data load in. This is when that storm was warned. We're starting to see the hail core here, not quite as high, but then all of a sudden we start to see it billow up, and you can clearly see the level to which it went up. It went from about here up to here. So a sign that things are rising, that stronger updraft is taking hold, and I expect some hail into the Sheraton area here shortly. So this is the most robust storm that we have in place at the moment, and we'll continue to track it here. That's it. So otherwise, we do have a storm incoming into Wayne County as well. That one doesn't look to be near as healthy in my eyes at the moment. It was when it was south of the border, but incoming now it's much weaker, and I think Sheraton is where we have really the biggest concern right now, and that's going to be for some hail. Joe, you're checking out some cameras over there.
Yeah, just checking along Highway 34 here. Don't think we have one that is directly within the that particular storm. I was just double checking to see if we had one. Does not look like we do. Gosh, that hail signature with this one. This is getting into. This is heading into Sheraton right now. So if you are in Sheraton and you're listening, you're watching. Getting away from any sort of glass to the outside, not a bad idea. It's
a robust signature.
Yeah, this is very robust. 2.25 inches is what radar's picking up for hail size, which is it's above egg size, not quite to 2.5, which is tennis ball, but anything in between that, egg and tennis ball size, has very large hail, and certainly hail that's big enough to do some damage. So continue to just be safe and head away from glass to the outdoors, just because of the sheer size of this hail.
I think it's over Sheraton right now. The way things are looking, it is overhead. I'm going to take a look at the CC here just a bit and see if we can pinpoint anything. There is a little bit of a spike radiating out of that key area, and I would say right on the north, maybe west side of Sheraton is where likely the heaviest hail would be falling at the moment. We'll get another scan in here soon, and just so we have peace of mind on the velocity side of things, this is not anything to produce a significant wind I'm not seeing at this point. So we're still tracking it. I think hail is where we're at right now with this storm as it pushes through. Wow, that really went up, climbed the ladder too when it came to the hail size. So this would be up to baseballs. I'm not saying it's baseball sized, but my goodness, even if it's half that size, that's going to be something to reckon with. So the official warning is now for 2-inch diameter hail. So National Weather Service has upped things a little bit and looking at a pretty big hail signature there. So heads up. National Weather Service also canceled the severe thunderstorm watch west of I-35 and also tornado watch west of I-35. So you can see where the target zone of worst impact is going to be. Joe, you're going to tell me about the tops of those clouds, aren't you?
Yes, I sure am. Going to zoom out a little bit so we can kind of see a little bit more of the detail. So what I'm looping here, and I'm going to have it loop pretty slowly, just so we can really get a good look at this. going to be over the last 45 minutes here. So you notice, in fact, I'm just going to slow this down so we can actually get the best view of this possible. And I'll manually drag it back a little bit. So what we look for is some of that kind of extra detail, the storm kind of growing in that vertical motion, showing that the updraft really kicking it up and kicking the cloud tops high up into the atmosphere. Because the more that we kind of see that action happen, the more of a signature that tells us, just based on visible satellite, that this storm has really kicked up in energy. And the stronger that updraft is and the more of that upward motion that we see, the hail gets picked right back up by that updraft, tossed back up into the storm. It collects more of those raindrops, super cools them, and grows the hailstone. And eventually those hailstones get big enough where the updraft can't sustain them anymore and they start falling. So just interesting to be able to see the intensity of some of these updrafts with these storms just by looking at visible satellite. So we've really seen the cloud tops really grow with this storm that's probably just past and just a little bit to the east of Sheraton. So if you are in Sheraton, the hail and the largest hail likely passing you at this time. But as the storm continues to move to the east and a little bit northeast, anywhere along Highway 34 here, heading towards Russell, Melrose, we'll have to continue tracking to see if it reaches all the way to Albia within, next kind of foreseeable future. But this is the big one right now, Chris.
Yeah, it certainly is, Joe. I'm working on getting a video of some of that hail in Sheraton. They said quarters looked like it might have been just a little bit larger than that to me. So if you can keep going for another minute, and I'll see if I can get that up for you. Sure
thing. So want to keep getting a quick check of the velocity in here too. So still nothing that is overly concerning with this particular storm in terms of its rotation. You notice how elongated all of this is in here. So we're talking that this storm, as it moves east, may be producing some stronger wind gusts kind of here and there, but severe criteria wind, which is 58 mile per hour wind gusts or stronger, is not happening with this storm, and there's no evidence of that occurring. So this main area to watch is, in terms of the main threat, is that hail. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning. Just to recap this for you, parts of Lucas, Marion, and Monroe County up until 6:15. This stretches all the way towards Bluff Creek, the very edge of this severe thunderstorm warning. And again, that hail size, the latest for the warning is upwards of 2 inches, but there's been different points where radar has picked up on slightly larger hail than that. So we've got quite the hailstorm coming through here, and again, with this little bit of delay, probably seeing this past Sheraton at this point, a little bit to the south of Williamson, and crossing, and already probably crossed Iowa Highway 14, just with the little bit of data delay that comes along with the hail tracker and the hail size tracker.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to take this here. I did note from the velocity picture, not necessarily rotation, but another signal for that strong convergence. So that's a signal that the hail is likely billowing up. It would be tilted to the north, and that's putting that hail core right over Sheraton at the moment. So working on a couple of some pictures and videos coming in. I have a lot of friends and family in this area, so getting a lot of them inundated. Quarters maybe looks like a little bit larger. And if you're watching me from that area, try to give me an indication on size. That really helps to kind of relay, exactly what's going on. So we're tracking it here, and yeah, it looks like a signal for some large hail. Joe?
Yeah, and just something too. We've seen a little bit. I mean, take a look at this. This was where very close to where the tornado warning and when it was first issued. This is on the back side of this. Not so much this little bit of hooking action here. It's not so much what I'm looking at. The velocity is not a concern, and rotation not a concern with this. But this is now starting to pick up on some smaller hail, up to around a quarter size or just a little bit smaller. And so, on the back side of these couple of cells here, we could still see some small hail with this. This is just a little bit to the east of Van Wert and a little bit northeast of Van Wert. So just another little area, another little spot to kind of watch for. But let's get the latest as far as the hail size with the storm that was rolling through Sheraton. So yeah, seeing a lot of 1-inch reports pop up here, and Chris, you just had a inch and a half report.
Yeah.
Out of Sheraton. I'm glad that the reports that are coming in and what you are getting, Chris, is not to the hail size that radar was picking up on like 15 minutes ago.
Not to say it couldn't be any larger, but now, yeah, some reports of ping pong ball sized hail, and starting to cover the ground as well. The threat now moving kind of north and east of Sheraton as it sits. And I tell you what, I hate to do this, but we got to prep for a show, so I have to get this back to Radar Loop, friends. And we'll jump back on the stream if we have any significant severe weather happen, something like a tornado warning. Take care.
opportunities to other up-and-coming players as well. On the map last season was his 79-yard punt return against ECU that won ISU the game. It was the program's first punt return for a touchdown since
Everyone, Chris jumping back on with you for this evening. Still tracking storms. I think we're trending in the right way. Still some pockets of hail to be had. We have a little bit of activity over southeastern Iowa yet. Keokuk County is cell moving out of the Sigourney area. A base level warning there. There's a cell moving towards Centerville with some hail potential. Not quite as robust as it was when the warning was issued, when it was back just across the Missouri border, as you see right there. So Centerville, I think you're largely in pretty good shape, but there is some likely small hail coming your way. And then we look up into Guthrie County. By golly, these cells on the backside have enough mustard to them. It's pretty crazy. I was not expecting anything severe level wrapping around the backside. This would be for some hail. Okay. I'm just pulling up my stream here so I can track any comments that might come in. If you have anything, please drop in on the comments if you have the availability to do so. I'm not sure everyone will, just depends on how you're watching me. Social media is going to be able to have that opportunity. This is a cell split. We've been seeing a bit of that the last couple of days. Cell split, left one, you typically watch for hail. Unfortunately, the environment just is not ideal for that to take off, but the right one has held its own with a bit of a hail signature. We don't really have the proper dynamics for a tornado threat, so I'm not too concerned with that. In fact, if anything, there's a little bit of a convergence signal there to help sustain some of the hail within this cell. So taking a look at this severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 over Guthrie County, we've been pulsing back and forth a little bit. And so as that one pulse up to the light blues, and radar algorithm here is 1 inch in diameter. So as that pulse up to the light blues to pop the trigger on the warning, I think we're largely hanging out at sub-severe levels right now. If it seems like I'm dog tired right now, it's because I am. It has been a long week. A day tomorrow to rest. That will do us all good. Another little cell down here coming out of Corning, just developing. Excuse me. That cell is well sub-severe. And then another little batch of activity up around Iowa Falls to Applington area. And that also appears to be sub-severe. Some small hail, but a few things we'll watch. Okay? Does look like that Centerville cell might be a little bit more perky in nature once we get the next scan in on this software. We should be able to see it a little bit. Briefly up to 1 inch hail. That's not what this is indicating, but I don't have that newest data in. That suggests 1/2 inch. So with that storm down over Appanoose County, coming out of Cincinnati towards Centerville, there could be some hail associated with this. So heads up to 1 inch in diameter in Centerville. Give me a second. My mother-in-law lives down there, so I'm going to give her and my father-in-law a heads up. Hail is coming. Yeah. So this warning goes till 7:45. So that's going to pin another 25 minutes on that one, but pulling into Centerville at the moment with that storm. Not much for wind associated with this. We have seen a lot of hail reports, though. Just a ton. Let me, excuse me, see if I can pull up a couple. So this was out of Sheraton earlier today. See, about 2 hours ago, 2-inch diameter hail. Heard a lot of reports of damage in and around town, siding, a window, cars being pelted. So hail damage down in Sheraton. There's going to be a lot of people getting adjustment. Insurers are going to be busy. Also, Sheraton, I'm not sure if you get the audio from this or not, but that's hail falling. It was up to golf balls. So it was a little chaotic there in the car, as you see. So a bit active yet, especially over southeastern Iowa. Just checking in with the National Weather Service, see what's up. If there's any comments on the stream, I'd be happy to answer some. Appears to be pretty quiet, though, at this juncture. As far as widespread issues, just a pocket of hail. Looks like another little one, southeast of Sigourney. That's worthy of note as that storm pushes out. Recent report east of Millerton of nickel-sized hail. That was out of a storm that it no longer exists anymore. It's that one just to the south and west of Oski. Yep, brother-in-law sent me some pictures of a hail-damaged car. Certainly is. A lot of leaves down too being stripped. A little bit more green down in southern Iowa versus the northern part of the state. So I'm still tracking a few storms. We'll continue to do that for you here behind the scenes. I'm going to actually jump back off the stream, and we'll keep it going, looping. We do have some hail to talk about. 3 warnings right now, all kind of base level. But if there's more, I'll jump back on here periodically and we'll chat a little bit. One coming out of Missouri as well to keep an eye on, but that's going to be moving through an area kind of already worked over, so we'll see how that reacts. But likely some hail there to the north of Unionville. Missouri. Can you tell I'm tired? I am tired. 1-inch hail possible there as it pulls into Centerville. I think that hail core would be overhead right now. There you have it. All right, I'm going to get you back to the loop, and I'll keep you updated as necessary. Stay tuned.
stirred by a family tragedy. Coming up on a new edition of The Drive, the inspiration he found to keep going. Yes. let's just do this drive pack, and then I'll just do the morning sports tag from after the drive tag. Yeah. Okay. I totally like blanked like right after I tossed to Stephanie. Did you notice how I like stepped down while I was still on camera? I was like, ah! I was like, yeah, because I thought, well, usually by the time Stephanie says thank you, Raina, it's on her, and I was like, wait, I'm still on camera. I was like, ah. Oh, gee. I exposed my